Hey, oh look, look at that! A Windows update re-enabled system sounds. That's great. You know, that's lovely. Just lovely. It's lovely. How's everybody doing? It's Monday. It's Monday. It's Monday. Let me plug the Kerbal joystick back in. There we go. There it is, you little meat. How much snow did you get? Well, the weather guy, not my weather guy, but the weather guy, a weather guy, said that we were going to get 1 to 2 inches. Jim said we were going to get 1 to 2 inches. Said that. He said that. But we got about 5. You remember how I said, like, if storms if storms are going west to east, we usually never get snow. But if the storm comes from the ocean, if it comes east to west, we get a lot of snow. Well, that snowstorm that went by was spinning, right? And at the very end of the storm, it came off the ocean, and we got wailed on. Yeah. It's not 4 to 5 inches is not bad. I was keeping up with it. I was keeping up with it yesterday, but yeah, there's a lot more snow on the ground than what was expected. Yeah. Hey, Paul, what's going on, man? Only one Monday per week is enough. Thanks. Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Also, the hand egg game. Oh, jeez. I said that this team is not ready for the postseason. And, you know, we're not in the postseason yet in football, but that was a pretty high-profile game, kind of indicative of how the postseason's going to go. And guess what? We got outplayed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We got outplayed. The inexperience in high-profile games showed. I've been saying that all season, that's a problem. Look what happened. We got freaking embarrassed in the second half yesterday. We got embarrassed by Buffalo. That's what I mean. There's a lot of inexperience. There's a lot of young guys on the Patriots, and that works for you in 2 ways. Because the younger dudes are hungry. They want it, but also at the same time, you're going to get embarrassed by people that have experience here. I've been saying that that's going to happen to the Patriots for a long time. Now, I said it was going to happen in the postseason, but, you know, Buffalo's gunning for us because we beat them before. We should have known that this was going to happen, but we didn't. So there you go. We got humbled. It happens. You know, it happens, man. That happens, dude. That's how football goes, man. That's how she goes, bud. It sucks. It wasn't a nice loss. It was not a nice loss. It really sucks losing that way. But hey, that's the way it goes, dude. That's the way it goes. Dude. The other thing is that I like Josh Allen. I don't mind losing it. I like Josh Allen. I don't mind losing to them. Josh Allen's a disgustingly good quarterback. I love the way that dude plays. Gets in there down and dirty, man. He doesn't screw around. I like that guy. Like, screw me, right? Like, but on the other hand, we really can't get embarrassed like that again. 1 or 2 more of those, and we're done. We gotta do better than that. Nice, Nova. That beam stream on Friday was awesome. I had my boys watching on Saturday. Had an absolute blast watching it. All right, Rares. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we'll play more Beam this week. I want Kerbal, Beam, and Flight Simulator this week. That's what I want to do. How's the rent gland bought? Oh, I needed to get that out of my system, Tessa. Dude. Should we mention it? Should we mention it? So last week we looked at this UK3 launch. They released kind of some promo footage about it. Guess what? Got claimed on YouTube. Manual claim. Manual claim on YouTube because it came yesterday. Manual claim by the Chinese Communist Party. Not even making that up, dude. Yep. Chinese Central State Television claimed our VOD manually for looking at the UK3 footage. Yeah, I should frame that. Yeah, no. It's very funny to me that that's very fun. I don't think the irony needs to be explained here, but you're even giving them props too. Yeah, well, screw them and their crappy Falcon 9 ripoff. Make a better rocket next time. Pieces of schnot. Oh, dude, almost. I caught myself. Yeah, can't believe that, dude. Not making that up. That's, the irony is unfounded. Oh, now you believe in intellectual property. Okay. All right. It's like, okay. All right. It's like that. All right. It's a badge of honor. Hell yeah, it is, dude. I don't think NSF got claimed, dude. I don't know. I'd have to, you know what? I should probably ask them. We'll see what happens. But yeah. You believe that? Anyway. Can you explain a bit for your simple brain? I looked at footage from a Chinese rocket launching, and Chinese state television manually claimed my VOD. Manually claimed my VOD. I know it was a manual claim because it came yesterday while I was watching TV, while I was watching foosball. Yeah, I won't do Buffalo like that. I don't like the Bills, but JSP, I ain't doing them like that, man. I guess so, Quintessa. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, Buck. So that makes me feel great.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's really funny to me that they believe in IP when it's convenient. Okay. All right. EJ, Real Moon comes out tomorrow. Could be something to quickly mess with. What's that game about, dude? Yeah, Johnny, I think so. The Lions got outplayed. They played pretty good, but they got outplayed. I didn't watch all that game because I was shoveling snow. Explorer precisely recreated lunar surface built from real data in a JAXA-backed simulation. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
We claimed your video. Our honourable comrades Sum Ting Wong and Y Tulo claimed your video for the glory of the CCP.
Yep. Yep. All right. Yeah. You believe that? So, yeah. How about this? I'm not touching any Chinese rockets anymore. No, we're not doing that. Yeah. I mean, if they like, it's one thing if I don't like, their blatant human rights violations when it comes to their space program and, dropping boosters on villages and stuff and killing innocent people that they don't care about. It's one thing for that, but it's another thing to, if you're going to claim it, guess what? All right, no more coverage for you. Have fun. Not that they care. I mean, just like they don't care about, hurting citizens of their own country. They don't care. That's fine. That's fine. The game sounds like a snooze festival. The Lions game? I didn't watch the whole thing. It is what it is. Yeah, Buxo, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Anyway, how about we play some KSP? Where we can actually land the rocket. I don't know, Martin. I have no idea how this all works. Because, intellectual property doesn't seem to be a thing over there, so I am not dude, I have no idea. I have no idea how this works, and nor do I care. The best thing for us to do is just never talk about how they blatantly violate human rights over there with their space program. And they have people manually filling up nitrogen tetroxide and UDMH rockets with a freaking hose and a hazmat suit. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about how those people are probably dead that did that. Yeah. Yeah, no, we won't talk about that. That's not a good thing to talk about. Land a rocket, I dare you. I don't know, man. Might have to claim it, If I land a rocket, they might claim it. I've been cloning the moon crane from memory. It's a good design. What do you mean from memory? You can just watch the VOD. Sad, I like to see the progress that they're doing. It's not progress if it's at the behest of human life, Martin. That's not a space program. That's the Borg, right? Don't be the Borg, okay? All right, let's get the music going and we will go from there. All right, what missions do we have? We have the Moonstone mission. That's right. We did repair the rover on the far side of the moon. We repaired it, but there's no signal over there. So we're going to have to send some type of communications probe out there. Did you see that the VP of launch at SpaceX, so Kiko, yeah, said they don't abort Falcon launches with absolute wind speed, only how the rocket in the TU responds while on the pad. Yes. At this point, yeah, you could probably get away with that with Falcon 9. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was a question that Sawyer asked, Trey. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, that's correct, Tessa. Hey, Rarest.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
96-month resub. 8+ years with the master of spaceflight. Good tidings to you and the family, sir. Thanks, man. How are you? Appreciate it, dude. All right. I can't believe it launched last night. Yeah, I missed it. I was shoveling snow. I'm not even kidding. No clue why it's not letting me resub with Prime, but whatever. Have some of these I somehow obtained. Thanks, Optimal. Appreciate you, man. All right. So we need to put a communications link up there so we can get that probe up and working. Hey, Erudite, why do you change your account so much? We got to go out to the moon. See, we repaired that rover and we just got to drive it over there, but we need a signal on the back side of the moon. Okay. So what I'm thinking is we could put a satellite in a high orbit, or we could build out the lunar array now. Might be high time to do that. Polar orbit? Nah. Wartaz, it was really warm outside today, like t-shirt and shorts weather halfway through December in northern Sweden. That's not very normal. It's the opposite here, dude. Winters usually don't get really bad for us until like January, February. It's nasty here right now. It's cold. Wartuz, we're well into the negatives, which is, once again, it's not the coldest around. There are certainly places that are colder than here. But yeah, 23 Fahrenheit, which is, I don't know, like -6, -8, something like that. It's somewhere in there. It's pretty dang cold. It's cold for here. Once again, I know there are places that are colder than this, but this is cold for right now. Yeah, 23F. It's, yeah, not even winter yet. This is, and we got 5 inches of snow. It's actually been super rare around here that you get a white Christmas. We usually don't get a white Christmas. Like over the past 4 or 5 years, no white Christmases. The snow comes later. But, yeah, we got one this year. Oh yeah, this snow ain't going anywhere. But the interesting thing is that it's probably going to be, if the weather guy is right, later in the week, it's probably going to be, probably like 10 to 15 C. He said it was going to get up to 40, 50 Fahrenheit, which is, all right. It's 8C. Dude, we got those damn Canadians. The damn Canadians gave us the frickin'... Damn Canadians gave us the frickin', gave us the damn Canadian water. It's Canadian water all over the ground right now. It's white. It's not clear like regular people's water. Like American water is clear. You know, Canadian water is just, it's all white. It's strange. Yeah, we got railed, but with a lot of cold. That's right, take it. I don't want it, Ryo. You take it back. I don't want it. Do not want. Take it back. I don't want this. I demand to see Life's manager. You have a fireplace or just a furnace? We have a high efficiency furnace, Fluffy. The house ain't, yeah, I'm not worried about that. Now the garage, I got a nice old propane heater, boy. I have an oil heater in here though. Yeah, very nice. And I left the door open to the shop and it got a little frosty in here. No humidity though. Right now, in here, in the shop, it's 56 Fahrenheit at 30 humidity, which is not great. It's a little 13C. It's a little cold in here. Just a little bit. I left the door open because I'm an idiot. Been a long time since my kids could wear an actual costume this Halloween instead of just going as cold. Yeah, Tessa, if this snowstorm is any indication of what's happening to you, you're going to get a lot of rain. You're going to get a lot of rain in the next couple of days. It was a pretty big storm, dude. "13C is lovely and warm. It's t-shirt weather." Yeah. Not when it's 33% humidity, dude. Maybe if it's like 50% humidity, i.e. a lot of rain, that's actually not bad. But yeah, this is, it's pretty cold in here. Like I said, not the coldest ever. I know there's a place where you live that's probably colder, chat, but you're looking at 2 to 3 inches of snow. What province are you in, Ryo? That depends. If you're in Ontario and you're getting 2 to 3 inches, I'm in for a bad time. That's not gonna be fun for me, man. You're in Saskatchewan. Okay, all right. That's not bad. That could miss me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Your Pats fan neighbor came over yesterday to tell you go Packers. It was a fun day yesterday. Yeah, and they blew it. They blew it. Like the choke artists that they are. They freaking blew it. Oh, yesterday was a terrible day for sports for me, man. It was terrible. No game that I wanted to win, like I wanted a team to win, won. They all lost. And then on top of that, the Bruins got their crap pushed in by Minnesota. It was terrible. It was a terrible day for sports yesterday. And I got 5 inches of snow, man. This sucks. Trey, it's 22 Fahrenheit in East Tennessee. You tell me you're up in the mountains or something, dude. Holy crap. What did you do to cause that karma? Cause the karma, Hellfish. I've been saying this. I said that the Patriots are going to get wailed on when it comes to a postseason game. And that game was a high-profile game. That wasn't the postseason, but it was a high-profile game. I told you. We have a pretty easy schedule, and that's fine. But if you want to really take this stuff seriously, you should be, not seriously. If you're really prepared for the postseason, this easy schedule, you should be beating teams by 50 points. If you're not, you're going to come into a high-profile game and you're going to get humbled real fast. What, dude? Called that one. I said that 10 weeks ago. 10 last night? Oh my goodness. It was 10 in Asheville a few hours ago. 10? You guys aren't prepared for that. You're in the valley. The mountains are in single digits. Yikes. NX, I said that was going to happen. I said it was going to happen, dude. And it happened. Hopefully we learn our lesson. There's a lot of talent on the Patriots. There's a lot of talent. But we have no playoff experience. Playoff experience is huge, man. Hey, Yum Food. It's really cold, Hammer Nails. Yeah, it is cold. It's cold. Are you doing well in fantasy? If you're doing well, I don't play fantasy, Space Pandaroo. Fantasy is cool. I don't play it. I don't have time for that. I got a space program to follow. Space program is my fantasy football. No. It's 59 in Tijuana. 59? Hace frío. Hace frío para Tijuana. ¿Qué es esto? Josh just had to throw up at the half. Wayfair, he's disgusting. I love that guy. I seriously do. I'll say that as a Pats fan. I love Josh Allen. He's a beast, man. The guy's a freaking monster. Monster of a freaking quarterback. I love that dude. And it kills me to say it, but God damn is he good. You know? Oh, that was disgusting. Ah. I mean, our defense sucked, but also, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Buffalo went down swinging, and they didn't, they in that second half, they're like, frickin', I ain't heard no bell. Blah, 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 blah. And yeah, we got the crap kicked out of us, just like I said we would. Like, damn, man, that was a fun game. It was when it was a little bit torture for me, I'm not gonna lie. It was a little bit torturous, but it was a good game, dude. I mean, officiating, yeah, you could make that argument, but every freaking Patriots fan's whining about the friggin' refs at this point, dude. I'm not gonna do that. It was a good game. We got outplayed in the second half. It is what it is, bro. Learn, be humble, and freaking get them back. Just like they did to us. I'm just saying, if we don't, we're soft. And if we ain't gonna win playoff games whining about the refs. Ish. Nice. It was a good dude. That was, yeah, man. Oh, love that guy. I mean, Drake May's good, but Josh Allen is a tank. 6'5", 250, dude. That guy is a freaking machine. Must have reinflated the football for the second half. Break. A Buffalo, maybe, yeah, no. Yeah, we got outplayed. We got outplayed in the second half, brother. That's just how it goes, man. Tested, like, what happened with the Patriots game would be like, you know, in the first 40 minutes of a football match, like, you know, you go up 3-0, right? And then you lose 4-3 in the like the latter halves of the game. Like you get, you know, at the 40th minute, you're up 3-0, and then when 90 minutes comes around, you lost 4-3. It's pretty bad. We got humbled pretty hard yesterday, man. We got humbled pretty hard. But we got a bunch of kids on the team. That's why. Our quarterback's only 23. He's just a youngin'. He has no postseason experience. Postseason NFL is not postseason college. Those are two different things. Anyway, so we need to grind out some cash, dudes. All right. The big thing that we got to shoot for this week is getting R&D unlocked. Hey, Muffin, 76-month resub. Goalie, nice. So, I really want to unlock the bigger R&D. The reason why is because if we really want to go further out into space, we're gonna Condor 9 is doing fine right now, but it's not gonna be good for doing bigger architectures that we want to do with this. So we're going to have to. So moving to Florida, stream one. No, I'm not moving to Florida, dude. I have some visual mods, Bad Stewart, but yeah, that's about it. I have in KRPC. I do have KRPC installed, but yeah, I don't really do much with it. EJ Allen's a farm boy. He's from Missouri. Yeah. The guy's tough as nails, dude. He's the only quarterback I know that can take a hit and just be like, yeah. All right. Good hit, man. Anyway, let's get rolling. So we really need to get that unlocked. I have 1.57 million. We need 3.38, but realistically, I'm not going to get to 3.4 million, right? And then unlock the facility, because then we're not going to have anything. We're not going to have any money to launch. I would say to be comfortable here, we got to get to 3.5, 3.6 million, probably. So we're a little under halfway right now. It would be real nice to get to 4 million and unlock the facility and then not have any problems. Because the reason why is because we're pretty much at the point where, I mean, I have 898 science. We're grinding out science like crazy. But if we really want to get to the next level of spaceflight architecture, so like long-range communications, RA-100 relays, etc., if we really want to get that far, like ISRU and the Gravioli detector, if we want to get that far out, we're going to need better propulsion, and we need a bigger launch vehicle. Now, I do have bigger tanks unlocked here, but we really need this kind of stuff over here. I mean, we probably could put together a big launch vehicle with what we have, but I have a feeling that Kansas City ain't making the playoffs. Mahomes is done, dude. Tore his ACL. That's it. He's gone. He's gonna be gone for a year and a half, man. ACL. That's dude. That's some old Yeller stuff for football. It's gonna take a while to come back. They were eliminated, yeah. And not only are they eliminated, they're eliminated next season too. Nine months? I mean, I guess B0, it depends on the severity of the anterior, what is it? Anterior collateral ligament. And then there's the anterior collateral ligament and then the medial collateral ligament. So the ACL and the MCL, guys, are the tendons that kind of make sure your knee keeps kneeing in the right direction. Okay? You have, they're on either side, right? Anterior, I forget which side it's on, but ACL and MCL are here. And then you have your patella, you have your patella up front, and then I forget what that tendon's called. Yeah, cruciate, that's it. It's not collateral, it's medial collateral ligament and anterior cruciate ligament. Yeah, that's it. It's been a while since biology. Sitting here as an anatomy professor. Basically, you have struts on your knee. Well, they're not struts, they're hinges on the side of your knee. That's what those tendons do. They make sure your knee stays this way, right? Because your knee is a hinge joint, right? It's a hinge, right? It goes forward and back. That's it. It has a little bit of play from side to side, right? But the ACL and the MCL prevent it from going too far in one direction or another. If you snap one of those tendons, your knee will do this. It's not pretty. It hurts. It hurts like a bastard. I've never torn an ACL, but I did stretch one time. I hyperextended a knee one time in football. It's not fun. That hurts a lot. Like a lot. Quit kicking you, bro. I'll kick you with my steel-toed boot. Boom! You know? Yeah, that hurts just thinking about it, man. You could try clustering condors like Juno tanks. Well, Tyler, I mean, that's an anomaly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's bad. And then you have your Achilles heel, which Dan Jones for the Colts snapped that thing. That's bad. You snap your Achilles, you basically can't walk. We could do Condor Heavy with an extended fairing, Sam. Because we're using the Taurus capsule, man. We're using the Taurus capsule. And the Taurus capsule is kind of like an Orion. We could make the Bridenstiner rocket. We could do the Bridenstiner. The Bridenstiner. Or no, what's it called? The Bridenstack. I mean, we could do that. If you really wanted to. The Bridenstack. I don't need an ICPS upper stage, but we probably have the margin to do it. We could probably, it might be prudent to build out, to see what a SpaceX Falcon 9 based architecture for deep space exploration would look like, that might be a good idea. But how do we solve this problem of landing the cores? I'm basically going to have to write off the center core, just like what SpaceX does, which kind of sucks. I don't really want to do that, but I just don't think the timing makes sense to be able to land this thing. Yeah, Mayor, Achilles is toast. Achilles is dead. You're done. Use SRBs. Get the hell out of my stream. Al. Get out. I will not disgrace a SpaceX rocket with SRBs, okay? No. That's a vibe. We could get it done. Don't forget the canards. Get out of here. You leave too. Get out of here. Hey, Bumble. Dude, long time no see. What's up, man? I hope you're doing well. I haven't checked in a while. I saw Workers and Resource Horses update came out and wonder if you're going to play it. I don't know, maybe. Yeah. Would a 3 SRB Falcon Heavy style rocket work? You're describing SRBX, and I hate SRBX. They had an no, that's Sacramento's Regional Builders Exchange. I'm sure that's good too, but this is from a Haze Gray art video. SRBX was basically what you're talking about, goalie. This was a concept in the 80s. And once again, this is a Haze Gray art video. Haze Gray does really awesome renders. SRBX is just...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get this, the center SRB is air started. Just... I hate SRBX. I hate it so much, dude. I hate it.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, RT with a 97-month reset and POI with a 5. Hey, 5, gifted 5. Spasiba. Thanks, man. I'm not burned out from workers, guys. Here's what kind of killed workers for me. It's not that I don't want to play it or anything, dudes, to be 100% real. Mustang. I don't know, maybe diesel truck? I didn't see it. Starbase Live is on. One question, why? Low cost. They released that update, the early update, right? And I was working really hard on Yakograd to get that right. And I want to just keep going with Yakograd, but if I keep doing that, everybody's going to be wondering why I'm not playing. Why aren't you playing early start? Why aren't you playing early success? Man, I put so much damn work into that damn city. Matt, you're happy to announce you've completed all your non-engineering coursework for your EE program. Hell yeah, man.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Jason gifted a sub to SRBX cool. Build Omsk already. Yeah. Oh. I don't know, man. I mean, well, we could build Omsk. Omsk makes rockets, dude. They make rockets, I'm just saying. Play.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know, man. Maybe. Hey, Metric, 93-month resub. Thank you. To be honest, the early start was kind of undercooked, so most people wouldn't mind continuing. But I also understand waiting for the bigger update and starting fresh. Yeah, Hellfish, that's kind of where I'm at, dude. I don't know. I'll think about it. The thing is that Workers takes a lot of concerted effort, dude. That is a hard game to stream. It really is. It's a tough game to stream. Just like Kerbal. Kerbal is a tough game to stream. Because you gotta kind of explain what you're doing. But I like Kerbal, so it's okay. But then again, I like Workers too. That's a fun game. Do what you enjoy. Otherwise, it'd be no fun to watch. I mean, that applies to most games. I don't think that applies to Battlefield. I don't think people like Battlefield, but I like playing it, which really sucks. Really, Tessa? Oh boy. I don't want to play Minecraft for him a lot. Minecraft is too saturated, dude. Even if I did want to play it, we're not going to gain any traction there. What is Workers? Nuclear Workers in Resources Soviet Republic is a centralized city builder. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not really that big of a centralized economic model, to be honest with you. But technically, every city builder is centralized for gameplay standards. Like in cities, you can just demolish any building you want. You can eminent domain whatever you want. You're basically the dictator. Even in cities, even in the capitalistic city builders, you could just demolish whatever you want. You could just erase the whole city if you really want to, right? Now, the funny thing is that in workers, that's not that easy. The reason why is because workers is very granular in its implementation, meaning nuclear, actually, you'd probably like it. You'd probably like workers. So workers is a city builder, dude. It's like mission mode when it comes to city builders. So if you want to build a building, for instance, right? Listen to this. And this is from a centralized city builder. If you want to build a building in workers, okay, great. Who's doing that work? How are you going to build it? You need a construction office to build it, right? Okay, you got a construction office. All right, now you can build it. Okay, where are your raw materials coming from? You need wood, you need stone, you need metal to build a building. Where's that coming from? You have to move the materials around. You got to buy them. You got to buy the raw materials or produce them in-house, right? It's tough, man. It's really tough. It's a hard game to play. You have to be a logistics master to play that game. It's tough. I still don't get it right, even with Yakograd. But we should go and play more Yakograd. We really should. Anyway. The only reason I don't watch Battlefield is because when you play it, I'm asleep. Oh, all right, cool. Hey, Petrie, what's going on? Yeah, you got to build the roads. You got to pave the road. You want to build a road in cities, you just place it, and that's it. You want to build a road in workers, good. You tell them where they're going to need to place a road. You need to pave it. You need to grade it. Actually, you don't necessarily need to grade it, but if it goes up a hill that's too steep, your traffic will slow down. So grading pays off, it like it does in cities. So you have to grade the road, and then you have to tell them to make the road, and then you have to pave it, right? And to pave it, you need to put gravel down. So where are you getting the gravel from? Where are you getting the asphalt from? Asphalt requires oil. Where are you getting the oil from? You need to set up the entire logistics of civilization, which I actually think is super cool. That's really fun. It's a really fun game to play. It's just really difficult. Yeah, you want to get something to buy those materials and move them around? Good. You have to buy a truck. You want to buy a flatbed to move logs around? Good. You want to move logs around? You got to buy a flatbed. You got to go buy a flatbed truck. The cool thing is that workers is dual currency. You can trade with NATO or you can trade with the Warsaw Pact because it takes place in the 20th century. Like it's right. It takes place in the 20th century. You want your citizens to have cars. You could have a decentralized transportation network. You can have your citizens having cars. Good. You better build out a highway system for them. Because if you give them all cars and your road system sucks, they get stuck in traffic and then your entire civilization grinds to a halt. Nothing is abstracted with that game, which is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, you got to plow the roads in the wintertime. Oh yeah, you don't plow the roads correctly, cars get stuck in the snow. It's tough, man. It's a tough game. What are we building today? I'm not exactly sure, Dan, but I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, your trucks need maintenance. Yeah, there's wear items. You got to replace the brakes and mechanical components in your trucks, dude. Oh yeah, you need a maintenance facility. You need auto shops. You have to build society basically from the ground up. It's hard. Tough game to play. Real easy to fail. Maybe we'll play it. I don't know, dudes. I want to stick with Flight Simulator, Kerbal, and Beam right now. But yeah, let's get back to rockets. Ride and stacking might not be the dumbest idea. Yeah, Prophet 6. It's a tough game, dude. Have you driven a rover out of the moon yet? Yes and no. What we really need to do, guys, is we need to start getting paid. So the low-hanging fruit here would be to get that 200 grand from moving the moon buggy around, but we need a relay on that part of the planet, or the backside of the moon. We also didn't get a moonstone because the rover landed, there was no moonstones around. We really got to start taking high profile, like higher paying missions. And it wouldn't be bad to, on the side here, to get more Kerbals for our space program, to be honest with you. You know what? I'm going to take the rescue mission. Not because it pays well, but I'm going to take the rescue mission because it's an easier way to get Kerbals for your program. Any Kerbal that you rescue becomes part of your space program. Legitimate salvage or something. We also have the mission to build an outpost on Minmus. That's going to pay out almost $500,000. 28 science, 39 rep. And that means we need the moon crane. And that goes back to what I'm saying. We need a bigger launcher to be able to do this stuff. All right, Petrie, good luck. Yeah, Cape, it's a tough game, dude. Yeah, with an $800 billion valuation SpaceX has gotten, potentially, it's now bigger than all defense primes combined. Yep. Yeah, Fumble. It really makes you think about urban design and stuff, which is pretty cool. I wish there was a not communist city builder that was like that. It's tough. But yeah. Condor Avenue designing it would be a 6 stream. I mean, we could baseline it, but it's going to take some substantial cost to test everything to make sure that it's working correctly. I want that mission. We'll rescue the Kerbal. Observational surveys of Minmus. That pays pretty good. Where are those observation points? Let's go take a look. Hey, Ollie. How you doing? I'm doing okay, man. Yeah, doing just fine. Use a rescue Kerbal mission as a test flight. Where is that Kerbal? How far long do you think the first stage of Neutron is? They keep showing off only the fairings. If I had to guess, 26 might be out of the picture. Late 26 if I had to guess, Yum Food. We haven't... I mean, we've seen the engine section and stuff, dude. But the pictures of the engine section that we have seen are not very, yeah, it wasn't very high fidelity from what I remember. I'd say late 2026. The pad's pretty much good to go. Maybe not late. I'd say Q3. So like maybe August, September, somewhere around there. Just judging by how long this stuff kind of takes. What is this? Hold on. It's supposed to be this year. No one can predict this stuff right, John, because the truth of the matter is that nobody knows how long it's going to take. Oh, this is a spent stage. We just gotta deorbit it. We'll start here. Just clean this up a little bit. We do have some fuel left over to do that. Cool. Just deorbiting that second stage. Try to keep it clean. You think you'll do space planes eventually? I don't know, Tyler. It really depends. I find that with these career mode saves, I eventually just get bogged down in trying to build really awesome launch vehicles and then never go anywhere. So that's why I'm very hesitant to build another launch vehicle. Akin's laws of spacecraft design, man. Avoid launch vehicle development as much as possible. No new launch vehicles. What is a space plane? Something that takes off from and lands from the runway. I mean, eventually we could do it, but I don't know, maybe. I'll think about it. That's your favorite part, Fractal? Oh, all right. It's probably a rhetorical question, but have you ever played around with Kitten Space Agency? I'm a consultant on Kitten Space Agency, Fumble. Yeah, I've played around with it, dude. I'm not taking a lot of credit here, but I'm really responsible with getting a lot of that dev team together. Well, not a lot. A couple of the developers. Yeah. When KSP2 folded, I referred ex-KSP2 developers over to Rocketworks, man. Oh, yeah. I facilitated some of that. Not all of it. I'm not taking... Like, don't get me wrong. The game doesn't exist because of me. All right? Dean was going to do it anyway. But, yeah, I figure I'd get in and help. I'm mad. How did we suck so much in the second half? Zep, I've been saying this all season, dude. We have a lot of younger players that don't know how to play in a high-profile game yet. We have a lot of rookies, quarterback included. Doesn't know how to play in a high-profile situation. He'll learn. Drake May will learn. We'll be fine. But what did I say? We have an easy schedule. If we're not beating these teams that we played against over the last 10 games, if we weren't beating them like 50-0, a high-profile game. I said postseason to be very fair, but high-profile games are played differently. Buffalo was gunning for us, pretty obvious. After we beat them, right? They were gunning for us. We were coming off the bye, right? It's just a perfect storm, dude. Coming off the bye, high-profile game. We came out swinging, but it's not a 30-minute game, dude. It's a 60-minute game. We got humbled. It happens. On to Baltimore. Let's go. If we choke again against Baltimore, then we'll really have some problems that need to be addressed. But the Bills outplayed us. They played 60 minutes of football. We played 30, and we got humbled for it. We deserved it. You know, was there a couple of bad calls? Yeah, there was a couple of bad calls for the Bills in the first half, dude. I mean, it sucks, but I'm not gonna blame the refs, dude. Every freaking New England fan is blaming the refs right now. Brother, we got outplayed. We're soft because we have a bunch of rookies. This is not rocket science, man. It's just how it goes, dude. The NFL has the way of humbling you. It happens. So, take the L. We're still in first place. We're still in first place by a long shot. Don't worry about it. On to the next game. Tip my cap to Buffalo. I mean, frick me. I like Josh Allen. I think he's a great quarterback. What do you want me to do? Like, he's awesome. The guy's disgusting. He's the freaking Terminator of quarterbacks. He doesn't go away. Yeah, I know you're nuts, I said. Hey, JDG, what's up? 2 days till Fallout. Oh, that's the other thing, man. We should play some Fallout. There's so many freaking games. I don't even know what to do anymore. How do we... Pivot to Fallout right now? No. I'm not playing Kerbal, all right? I didn't play Kerbal for freaking 18 months, man. Let's play KSP. Might win our cars soon. Where are we gonna find the time to play all this stuff, dudes? We got You didn't just call it that. When do we finish the Pillar of Autumn? Don't stress me out like that, Ken. Why are you gonna kick me when I'm down like this, dude? The new Fallout season is coming out, dude. We should go finish that factory. Maybe we'll jump into it for after hours tonight, dudes. Yeah, we'll jump into it for after hours to see what we got. But right now, we got to figure out what we want to do. I think the easiest thing would be to put a temporary relay out by the moon with Condor 9 and go from there. Let me just check something real quick. Oh, nice. Score. All right, excellent. Good stuff. I have it installed. Thank you, past me. How about Philip Rithers going through? Yeah, Phil, Grandpa coming. Yeah. Dude, he played pretty good for somebody that's 44, right? I mean, he's not like freaking Tom Brady, but dude, he's pretty good. Last time I checked, his QB rating wasn't bad for somebody that's that old. Like, good on him, man. He's playing with people that he's playing with kids that could be his children, for frick's sake. Yeah, it probably has JDG, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Let me go and see if I have some type of relay satellite. He's a grandfather, literally. Yeah, dude, I know. Hey, whatever, man. Sounds like Alonso. Tessa, it would be like Phil Rivers playing starting quarterback for the Colts when he's 44 would be like, yeah, I mean, Alonso would probably be the closest analog. Yeah, actually, it would be like if Kimi Räikkönen came back and started racing again because another driver got hurt. It's that ridiculous. Like, this guy's 44. 44 for football? That's tough, man. All right, I'm looking around for a moon. Do I have a moon relay sat? Lunar 1, what is this? Oh, that's the lander that I built. More like if Hakkinen came back. I mean, yeah, pick your old Finnish driver. You know, if Mika came back, he'd probably be good, right? Like, Kimi probably as well. Lunar descent stage, moon pallet, NTV transfer stage. Oh yeah, we're gonna use this. I ended up never using this in my career mode save. This is the other reason why I want to build out heavier architecture. Because this could be potent. I'm just happy the Chiefs won't make the playoffs. Dude, they talk about getting humbled, man. I feel bad that Mahomes got hurt, but what are you gonna do? Sat bus 1, what is this? Oh my goodness. What the heck was I thinking here? Make that refuelable with a payload on it. Well, yeah, of course, Hellfish. So like, yeah. It can't fit inside of the fairing. It's the same diameter, King. I would prefer to... We could have it integral, like Skylab was with the Saturn V. But, I mean, what's the mass on that nuke stage? Hold on. It's a weird way to make that. you're gonna do an NTR stage-based design, why not just go all in on Constellation, just replacing Ares 1 with Condor? I mean, Muffin, that's basically what I was teeing myself up for. Which is why, I mean, dude, once again, you get into the same exact conundrum that SpaceX got into. Falcon Heavy is a stopgap. It's a stopgap. Condor Heavy would be a stopgap for us. I mean, you know what? I'd have to put one together and see how much it costs per launch for, like, the amount of payload that you get into space. I mean, we're going to need to build the DoD version with the extended fairing. But, see, like, okay, so here's the thing. I'm just kind of...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Fopace, what's going on? Outdoorsman, how you doing? All right, let me look. The thing about Condor Heavy is that there's no guarantees that we're going to get our stages back. All right, so here's just a regular Condor 9, right? What's the cost? Oh, let me take the lander off because, yeah, that base cost is 59. That's not bad. Let me put, like, let's say 18 tons of payload up here. Actually, I mean, it should be more than that, but, now what we should be able to do is, uh-oh, glitched. Yeah, we glitched it. Okay, let's try a craft merge.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chip, what's up, dude? 33 months. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah. This is very broken. Thinking, Andy, if you're going for 18 ton with 2.5, 18 ton 2.5, yeah, the shuttle. We don't have the propulsion unlocked for that, dude. Yeah, that was not, it was not happy. All right, so guess what? We'll do this way if we're gonna get a kind of idea. Yeah, very glitched. It's going to be tough to make this crap file, but just bear with me because it has the null ref duplicate glitch. I don't know what causes it, to be honest with you fellas. Yeah, I have no idea what causes it, but it definitely looks the part. That's a looker. It's when you mix symmetries, I suppose. I find that it doesn't only happen during that Tessa, but all right. So what are we looking at here for a cost? We're looking at 152. Maybe, I hope that's the right nose cone. Just bear with me. That's not what we should make the nose cones look like. I mean, it looks sick. That looks amazing. But the other thing is that we got to mess with the fairing up here. Frickin' woof, dude. Oh, it looks nice. My thing is that I can't even land one of these damn things right now, King. Funny, in real life, Falcon Heavy list price is 150. No, but don't talk about that trash excuse for a space program in here. We don't talk about them anymore. Okay? It's going to be hard to discern thrust to weight bucks because all the engines are overclocked. I suppose we should get the lift-off thrust. I mean, dude, I'm pretty sure this will go up if that's what you're asking. We can do the calculations out. Let's do it. We don't necessarily need delta V, but let me just flip this over to vacuum. We only got stick 73 on the upper stage, but we have 36 tons of payload. But even then, that number is not going to be right because that engine is overclocked as well. Yeah, guys, MLV is available. Like, MLV can do 18. Make, I have the MLV unlocked, and it's already kind of engineered. And if we just give those motors, if we give the skipper engines a little bit of an overclock with that thing, it'll be really good. I mean, guys, like, look, Have I built Falcon Heavy in the past? Yes. Have I used it in career mode? No, not so much. The reason why I didn't use it in any save where you have to be fiscally responsible is because I fly everything by hand. It's really hard to land 2 cores at once. I can do it, and I've proven that it can be done. Heck, dude, we had a Condor Heavy where I landed both stages and then switched back to the center core and landed it on a drone ship. Well, we missed the drone ship. I landed right next to it. But I proved that it could be done. That's what KRPC is for. You guys are saying that's what KRPC is for. One, I know nothing about software. I'm not a software guy. All right, so I'd have to learn it from scratch. If we sat here and tried to automate that and make some software commonality with Condor 9 to get both of them to work correctly, right? Because if we're designing it for heavy, we might as well design it for 9 as well, right? If we're going to do that and sit here and learn that, it'll take me 6 months. There would be, and then what? And then we build it, we use it, it works amazing, and then what's the point of building the heavy launcher? It'll take a year, exactly, PY. I know my limitations here. Now, don't get me wrong. That'd be sick, dude. It would be sick. But, and Rocket Guy is a very, 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 very good coder compared to me. He's amazing. 1 year's of software and then a Y Combinator pitch sounds good to you. Primo will help. Isn't she a programmer? Dude. I mean, it is sick. This is a very capable vehicle. I can already tell you. There's a reason why I just added 36 tons to the payload. It could put it into space. It could do that with reuse. Fellas, this is all fine and dandy, but also at the same time, I have MLV. It's a turbocharger. I have MLV, which is a much better stopgap, and it's already engineered. And it's not a bad vehicle. It's a 375 version of this. It's Project Ares is what I called it right there. There's the stack prototype. This is a really, really good rocket. The landing legs on this get around that squishy landing leg locking mechanism that I designed. The ones that we have on Condor 9 are very simple. These landing legs are absurdly complicated, but they work every time. The reason why they're absurdly complicated, dudes, is because this is designed for mission mode. This booster is designed to be reused a bajillion times. Think of this like the Block 5 version of Falcon 9. This thing is designed to be reused a lot. Bless you. Thank you, Fullface. It's a good rocket. The problem is because it's designed to be reused a lot, first stage carries a very hefty price tag. Unlock everything. King, we already have everything unlocked for this. Unlock? Everything's already unlocked. This thing could do with a slightly bigger fairing, etc., but I also noticed that the raceway is not in the right spot. We would need to redo that. I suppose it doesn't matter. Yeah, see, this even has the push rods for the sequenced separation, guys. Yeah, it separates just like Falcon 9 does. And on top of that, this thing uses, it uses... What the hell was I just going to say? Oh, there's no struts that connect the first and second stage. This uses using same vessel collision. For structural rigidity. Yeah. It's not fully reusable. The second stage doesn't work, but we would need to... I never put ullage motor or reaction control systems on the second stage. We would need that with the architectures that we're trying to do. How much of the rockets do we recoup? About 200. It's the upper stage is 20,556. I put all the complication into the first stage. The first stage is like 200 Gs, but that's what Block 5 does. Yeah, this thing even has a modular payload attachment fitting. You can, yeah. And attach different fairings to it. It's designed to all be just assembled outside of the VAB. I mean, this could work, dudes. Once again, there's some stuff we'd need to change. I need to add the structure back here for, not that that's a big deal. We need to put the structure back here for the reaction control systems. I need stage reaction control systems because this thing doesn't have that. And I don't know why I never put that in there because I don't want wheel authority on this thing. Yeah, if we give this thing a little bit of an overclock, yeah, I'd have to find out its thrust profile, but yeah, this could be good. But if we lose the first stage, we're really gonna pay for it, man. That's a real big... Is the Ford mug ever gonna make a guest appearance on stream? Ooh. That's cool, Sea Kraken. Alright. I'll be right back. Exterio, I'll be right back. Just for you, buddy. You asked. Now you receive. It's got coffee in it. I'm not going to go get the mug and not have coffee in it, okay? Just like old times. Are Kerbals the same size as humans? No. Kerbals are about 2/3 the size of an average person. Did you pull that out of the trash? Pull it back? No, I got it from your mom's house, Wisp. Yeah, Jackal, you sent me a lot of interesting messages. Do you know how many rockets were engineered with this damn mug in this game from me? Not great Maven news. Telemetry analysis suggests that the Maven spacecraft was rotating in an unexpected manner when it emerged from behind Mars. Further, the frequency of the tracking signal suggests Maven's orbital trajectory may have changed. Dude, it got hit by something. Dude, it got hit. Holy crap, Maven got hit with MMOD. What else would cause that? Unless it broke. Damn, dude. I know, Jackal. It's all good. I know that wasn't you. I know you wouldn't do that. It's 3i Atlas, isn't it? I've seen Age of Ultron. Aliens. Yeah, so, guys, I think it might be better to just go with MLV. MLV's... We're going to need to give it a bigger fairing, though. I think that I only designed this as an intermediate. I need a bigger fairing because if we're gonna use this stopgap style vehicle, right? If we're gonna use this, I mean, I don't necessarily know if I want to human rate this or Kerbal rate this thing. Like, sorry, I was walking around in the snow. My socks got wet. Here, let's get comfortable. We're gonna be here a while. Okay, so we're gonna do this. I want this vehicle to be able to move the moon crane and the lander. That's the big thing. Will it be able to do that? Maybe. RDM prototype right here. How? Oh, no, that's not what we want. Lander Mark III. Here we go. How heavy is this thing when it's got a full tank of gas? 12.7. Okay. What about moon crane? Now moon crane 5. Let's dump that. 10. So it needs to be able to move 24 tons. Because the whole reason for using a bigger lander would be to launch moon crane and its lander in one shot. That would be the better way to do things. And not only do that, but be able to push that thing out to Minmus reasonably to build that Minmus base. Moon crane, of course, is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty good design. We still have to make sure that that works with the Mark III lander, which is why I just deleted it. But theoretically, this thing could use its lander. It uses its lander as the counterweight. Technically, you don't need a counterweight, but it can do it. All right, let's evaluate MLV. Let's do some analysis. I need to figure out what I was trying to do with this vehicle in my other save. I built this for mission mode. Obviously, I put 18 tons of payload up at the top. What does this thing need? Oh. Last worked on July 6, 2022. Wet and dry mass are indicated. Huh. Okay. All right, so what does this thing need for our space program if we're going to adapt it? We can use this kind of out of the box, but we have no maneuvering thrusters here for the upper stage. I'm going to need to add maneuvering thrusters. We absolutely have to have that. Now, in the past, I used the 1.5 decoupler, which I do believe would be a little bit too small for us. Yeah, you know what? We might be able to just get away with it. We should call this rocket an EJ7. Fellas, I'll be honest with you. I could sit here and we could do the analysis all day, or we could just fly it to see what it does. We could fly it with... I mean... My lander does need to be refueled around the moon. And I'd like to get something out of this mission. All right, let's go look at missions. Put your capsule in there empty to recover the Kerbals.
Discovery,
Hey,
go
Vasya,
and throttle up.
81-month resub. When lunch? It's past lunchtime for you, isn't it? Why is the MLVS1 orange? Wouldn't the SoFi burn off in a realistic scenario? It's orange because I thought it looked cool that way, Tyler. It looks good with the orange texture. The other textures for the 375 tanks don't look right. It looks really nice with the orange. Hey, Dukas. Happy Victory Monday. Oh, here we go. Hope you're having a lovely holiday season. Good luck with the launch. Oh, and of course, go Bills. We're still in first place, man. Still in first place. Just saying. I mean, Dukas, okay. I'm going to get real for a second. I don't think any AFC team is winning the Super Bowl this year. I don't think you guys are. I definitely don't think we are. I think, dude, the NFC's too hot. It's too hot, man. There's no way an AFC team is winning the Super Bowl. Maybe, and I mean maybe, Denver. But you go watch some of these. You watch some of these NFC games. Holy crap! Did you see the Lions and the Rams? Like, we're. I mean, don't get me wrong, and I'll say this right now. I'll say it right now because I have no problem saying it. Josh Allen got to the Super Bowl. I would be rooting for him. I like Josh Allen. I think he's an awesome quarterback. I'm a little bummed that he plays for the Bills, but whatever. It's okay. But also, I'd be happy with an AFC championship. Yep. Just Buffalo things. I know you would. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That was out of line. I'm sorry. It was out of line. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You know how hard it is to not be an obnoxious New England fan? I'm trying as hard as I can to not do that, okay? We don't deflate footballs to win things. That was deserved. It was deserved. I'm not even, nope, you're right. Do I think enough go juice? Do you think I got enough go juice to go all the way to the Amazon launch? When is it? 3:28 a.m. Ooh, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, no, dude, because that was a good game. You guys played 60 minutes of football and we did not. We deserve to get humbled after that performance. Also, Josh Allen's disgusting. Like, disgusting. Just right up your ass. You know, like, we deserved it. Tip my cap, man. It was a great game. Like, dude, I was looking around on, like, social media and stuff, and every single New England fan's like, the refs. I'm like, bro, our defense gave up 5 touchdowns in a row, dude. In a row. Like, bro, come on, man. I miss Mac Holland. Yeah, hot dude. Hopefully you can figure out how to start a game instead of just crushing everyone in the second half every time. I mean, hey, a W's a W, bro. Like, W's a W, man. Like, whatever, dude. Whatever. Yeah, win's a win, man. You know? Like, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, Dukas, you guys want my honest to God opinion about the Patriots right now? I don't think we're ready. I think we have too many rookies. Serious. Dude, we do not have enough experience in the postseason. Does Rabel have postseason experience? Who does? I've been saying this since week 3. We are going to get to a high-profile game, and we're going to get humbled. We're going to get humbled real fast. There it was. I thought it was going to happen in the postseason, but there it is. Look, we had that easy schedule, man. Like, I'm not even going to deny it. We're playing against a bunch of scruffy teams. Like, nothing against them, right? Playing against a bunch of scruffy teams. If we weren't winning those games 50-7, 48-0, we will get to a high-profile game, and we will get embarrassed. There you go. Been saying that all season, dude. Yeah, Drake's good. He's young, man. He's inexperienced. Josh has way more experience in high-profile games than he does. And guess what? Him and you guys played 60 minutes of football. We played 30. You guys deserve to win. We played like trash, and we got humbled. And guess what? We freaking deserved it. We deserved it. What New England fan's gonna say that? Sean, what's up, dude? All right, guys. I'm gonna give MLV a flight. Let's do it. It is, Sam. Drake May is pretty good, dude, but he's young. That's the problem. He's young. He's a young dude. 23. Like, he's good. Don't get me wrong. And but you got to develop. Like, you can't. He went to the postseason in college football. Postseason college football ain't postseason regular NFL. Those are 2 different things, man. Sam, that's like what? That's like going from like champions to premier. Like, that's a big jump, dude. It's a big jump. It's not the same league. Let's test out MLV. I was going to say we could sit here and we could do out the analysis on this if we really want to, guys. Or we could just fly it. Let's fly it. If we lose some cash, yeah, that sucks. But let's figure out what we want to do. I think it would be a good idea to do two things. All right. So we need to go out to the moon. I need a relay satellite out on the moon, right? And I need to refuel the lander. The lander didn't. All the football references make me think you just watched Ted Lasso or something. I know how soccer works, Jax. I mean, Ted Lasso helped with a lot of that, but actually, Welcome to Wrexham helped with a lot of that. But I knew about Champions and Premier and all the other leagues before that, dude. I think relegation rules are a great idea for what it's worth. All right, so we need a relay for the far side of the moon, and we also have to refuel the oh god, what kind of atrocious orbit is that in? So chat, pay attention here. Look at the way it's moving. It's going that way. It's going east to west. Retrograde from the last mission. Yeah, championship. Yeah, you know what I meant. No, we need the relay around there. So what I'm thinking, Squarish, is we'll kill two birds with one stone. It probably is a good idea to brain is going faster than mouth. It's probably a good idea to develop our resupply vehicle. And we might as well have our resupply vehicle be a subsequent relay, at least temporarily for now. We have to refuel this lander. It has 3 oxidizer and 2 liquid fuel. So we're going to need to develop a vehicle that can refuel this and rendezvous with it. Now, what's its fuel capacity? Fuel capacity is 720 and 880, and we have 140 monoprop. So let's take that. Let's figure out how much we need to refuel this thing, right? Figure out how much. And then we need to A, get this thing out here, B, give it a relay, and C, put it in a type of orbit. Put it in a type of orbit where the lander, right? So this lander we did... Oh crap, did I put the... That may have been a mistake, switching to it. Unless I put the jack stand up. Oh, I did. All right, cool. So then we got to switch to the lander, right? And we got to move the lander to its target. That will refuel the lander for the next moon mission, right? That will move this into position. And it will get paid. It pays out the finished construction of a moon rover. We just got to move it, and that's a $200,000 payout. So doing that will subsidize the cost of the MLV test. And if we get the booster back, if I actually land MLV for a change, it will, yeah, we're basically playing with house money. And we also get a refueled lander out of it. So that's what I'm going to do. So we need to design a refueling and resupply vehicle for all of this. So the lander carries 720 liquid fuel and 880 oxidizer and 140 monopropellant. College football should have promotion, relegation, change your mind. All right, so that's what we'll do. We're going to design the refueling vehicle today. And the refueling vehicle, we're going to launch on MLV as a prototype. I don't want to man-rate MLV. I will use it as my Falcon Heavy, so to speak, here, because in any other scenario, this MLV would make no sense to make right now. However, it would make no sense to make, but we have it already. So I'm going to use that in lieu of Condor Heavy, because that would be more time to engineer. And frankly, this would be harder to get our money back with, because you'd have to land 2 boosters instead of 1. I'd rather just build a bigger booster. Even though this looks really, really cool. What I'm probably going to end up doing is taking that fairing and putting that fairing on MLV. But also that looks pretty righteous. I do like that. But yeah, we've experimented with this. MLV is the way to go. Let's design our resupply vehicle. Lunar lander refueling tug. Designed to resupply the Mark III lander. Okay. So, I figure it might not be the worst idea to just start with the actual tug and go from there. Right? Let's take a look. So, we have a vehicle. We know exactly what we want. We know what we want to make. We want to make something that resupplies it. Right? It might be prudent to just... This thing isn't going to need the heavy-duty thrusters, but, you know, maybe we keep them. But this thing is going to be... Yeah, okay. How are we going to do this? We don't need the ladder. It's never going to be... It's never going to land. It's just designed for resupply. Resupply and disposal. I'm thinking. So, like, once again, getting your concept of operations figured out is probably a good idea. So what we need to do... Did you ever fix the Flag Z fighting? Yeah. Yeah, that should be all set. Obviously, it's going to need the docking port that we're using, right? Because it needs to dock. This thing is not... well, yeah, let's do this first. Okay, cool. Gonna have to modify its thruster blocks. Now with the resupply vehicle, this should be pretty straightforward stuff. Need power generation. Yeah, Rarest, I'm working on it. I gotta figure out where I want the power generation to be. With this design, it might be a... Well, I did unlock the circular panels, and if we were going to do circular, I would do 2x radial. And we'd most likely want these up towards the away from thrusters. I always like to design my put the solar panels in places where no thruster is blowing on them. Do you need the cargo pods? I mean, John, let's think about it, do we? I've done it. I've landed them manually before, Tyler, but yeah. Nice Cygnus. It really is. It's not exactly Cygnus, but yeah.
Discovery, go and
You'd
throttle
say
up.
no. Well, let's think about it. Girl, 84-month resub to infinity and beyond. Refueling and resupplying might not be the worst idea, John. And if we give it a cargo hold, we could also use it to transfer equipment. Like for rover repair, for instance. You know? I mean, there are resupply vehicles, albeit not refueling vehicles, but there are resupply vehicles that have an internalized payload bay. The HTV, H2 transfer vehicle, has, check that out. You got a service module at the back, you have a pressurized volume up at the front, and then you have an unpressurized volume in the center. Not a lot of people know that the older versions of HTV actually have a payload bay. Like, think Space Shuttle, payload bay. There's a payload bay, and when it gets to the ISS, they can grab the payloads out with the arm. Now, we're not doing that, so something to think about. Now, the HTV-X, if I'm understanding this right, it does not have something like that. HTV-X is a little bit different. I think HTV-X has the service module in the center. Yeah, you have pressurized volume, service module, unpressurized volume. Oh, Mutter, that's a great picture, yeah. The older HTV had the unpressurized volume in the center. Which is actually kind of nuts. But, see, this is a berth vehicle, and you need the arm for the operation to really work correctly, so... What's the mass penalty in the cargo pods? If it's not significant, I'd keep them for the equipment transfer. Cargo pods by themselves are, what, 50 kilos a pop? But what we could do is, I'll unlock this. We could put this up at the front, dude. Big cargo pod. That thing is 400 kilos. Now, the other thing we got to take into account is this thing. Ooh. Okay, we send this out to the moon. It's going to need, or min-miss, or the moon or min-miss for this type of transfer vehicle. If we're going further, we're probably going to have a different type of refueling architecture, to be 100% honest with you guys. Our refueling thing will probably end up being on a transfer vehicle, right? Ooh. Let's think about this for a second. That is the fuel that's needed. All right, if we set this to vacuum, right? And then we say put that there, and then that there, and then put this up at the front. And then lock that tank out. What does that give us? 1635. Puts it at 20 tons. It's on the upper echelon of, Let's see, now we got an even bigger problem. This thing needs to be able to rendezvous. This thing needs to be able to rendezvous with the lander, okay? Because theoretically, the lander could be out of, like, say there's a scenario, my lander out there right now, the Lunar Surface Ascent module, does not, it has monopropellant. We could maneuver it around. So theoretically, I could just get this thing out there and transfer the monopropellant, would be good to go, right? Not that big of a deal. However, if there's a scenario where the lander has no monopropellant in it, this thing is going to need to be able to facilitate our RPOD, rendezvous proximity operations and docking, meaning it needs thrusters that allow it to translate. It not only will the thrusters need to be able to yaw, pitch, and roll, right? But it would need thrusters to be able to, you know, translate in one direction and dock. Now, here's a design question for you guys. Do we make this thing so we could make the thrusters work with a full tank of gas, right? Do we make it able to only dock really correctly, make it easy to fly with a full tank of gas? Or do we flip this thing around and make it easier to fly anytime? Right? Because honestly, this is supposed to be a disposable vehicle. It's not supposed to be too crazy, right? Are you going to do space news today? I don't know, Mutter. Yeah, probably. Like, okay, let's think about this. So MLV launches this. It gets it out to the moon. Say we need to use a little bit of the fuel, right? We need to use a little bit of fuel to get out to the moon. We have 1635 if we don't use that. So let's just say it's going from, I think a good rule of thumb would be to think that this thing goes from low Earth orbit out to the moon. I think MLV has a little bit more in it than that, but it's a good overestimation. So 1635, we're going to need about 1,000 of that to get out to the moon, give or take. So let's get this delta V down and make it read 600. Fuel level would be somewhere around there, right? Somewhere in that area for our fuel tanks. 578. Now, where does that put our center of mass? If disposal will make it fly well at full tanks. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, Nader. Like, we should make it fly well with a full payload. You have cargo inside of the cargo hold? No, I haven't gotten that far, RJ. Actually, what I was thinking about doing is this vehicle. I'm just going to take those off there for a moment. And I'm going to put the tankage first, cargo module second. Now, I'll just, for this stuff, for the probe core and whatnot, we'll just put that there. And then I don't know where I put the battery, but we were using that type of battery right there. Just to give us some cost here. All right, now let's check our fuel tanks. We might be able to kill two birds with one stone here. With the cargo module up at the front, that doesn't move very much. What we could do is theoretically just load this thing down with parts just to be sure. I think it would be better for our final calculations to take into account a full cargo module. That's pretty damn full, right? Now, where does our fuel end up now? See, we have a much bigger center of mass movement that way. How expensive are these solar panels? Solar panels cannot be retracted, 1,200. If we use the same type of 1x6s, they wouldn't be in this position. But if we use similar 1x6s as the capsule, it would be a lot cheaper. We don't need a lot of electrical here, just enough to keep it going, and enough for the relay as well. Now, for our translation thrusters, that's that thruster block right there. Where are we talking about here? Ooh. I think you should put a fueling station in like a 90 by 90. Then the refuels are similar, but large capacity. The refuelers will have priority on RCS, and the LKO refueling station will be LKO refueling station. would look uglier, but wouldn't a single gray 18-ton tank be more effective than whatever you have going on right now? Yes and no, RJ. I did this because not it's going to be easier just using a lander-derived service module or my capsule-derived service module as our service module for the refueler. We're going to need a service propulsion system because it's going to the moon and it's going to Minmus. So you're going to need something with a lot of delta V. Could I just replace it all? Yeah, sure. But I did this for ease because it's there. It's already engineered. We just need to move the thrusters around a little bit. I know that works already. I'm just thinking about where everything needs to be placed. And once again, this vehicle is not going to see much use further beyond Moon and Minmus. So this is, believe it or not, this is another stopgap piece of equipment. Yeah, it's another stopgap. This is only going to be used for Moon and Minmus architecture. Beyond that, we're going to need a bigger transfer vehicle. Like if we're going to Duna with Kerbals, we need a bigger vehicle. And the bigger vehicle will most likely serve as our refueling, for our refueling operations. All right, anyway. Is launching a refueling mission cheaper than just sending a new lander? I don't know. Look. So the Lunar Lander Mark III is 12 Gs. The Lunar Lander Mark III with the crew-rated one. So this is the crew-rated one is 17 Gs. This is 13. So no, it's not. That lander has a borrowed gravioli detector. Yes, it does. That's right. Now, once again, RJ, here's the thing. Like, this is almost the cost of a whole nother lander, right? I could sit here and I could engineer out something that's going to be more cost-effective, for sure. But I'm trading time for cost here. This thing does cost 13. Could I get that down by, modifying a bunch of things? Yeah, sure, absolutely. But this thing is designed to, it's a stopgap. I don't want to put in the time to really dial this thing in, right? When we're going, guys, I'm not just planning to dick around on Moon and Minmus in this save, like what I've done in every other freaking save. We're going further. So I want to streamline as much of this as possible. And when we unlock the bigger R&D center, right? When we unlock the bigger one, that's when we go into building more long-term architecture. I don't want to sit here. In the past, I would have sat here and we would have gotten the cost down and we would have engineered this vehicle out. It would have been perfect, but it would have taken 3 or 4 streams. I'm not trying to do that here. I'm trying to make something that's good enough. Because why? Why put all that time into making this lander perfect, or this refueling vehicle perfect, when we're going to maybe use it 10 or 15 times? Maybe 20, right? Maybe. Once we build out a bigger architecture, right? So i.e. like big Kerbal rated transfer vehicles, maybe something like the Copernicus from the Constellation program. When I'm doing that, we just use that for refueling. That's where I want to put my money in, right? Because eventually, yeah, exactly, RJ. So think about it like this. We're 2 or 3 months down the road in this career mode save. We're going to Duna. We're going to Eve. We're doing flybys, etc., right? If we're doing a flyby or we're doing some type of mission where we land on Duna with a much bigger vehicle, and we use this lander, right? We use it. It's gonna have a transfer vehicle somewhere in system, so to speak, right? In the end body system, right? Not end body, but you get the idea. There's gonna be a big refueling vehicle somewhere. And my plan is to over-engineer the amount of fuel that thing carries, right, for the mission, so we can take into account refueling the lander, so we can do multiple expeditions. You can do multiple landings on the surface with with the lander just refueling at our transfer vehicle. That makes sense, fellas? So, like I said, I'm trying to expedite this because this type of vehicle isn't going to be used for very long. All right. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to figure out what our center of gravity delta position is. Like, basically, where is it when you're full? Where is it when you're empty? What's the change in position here? So that's where we're at full with this kind of design. And if we copy this, that's where we're empty. So yeah, that's a pretty big change. Give or take, that's about right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nick. What's up, man? All right, so remember, we have that thing full cargo. See, this is going to make it so this might be a little bit difficult to get this exactly right. Like, for instance, if we go to here, right? That's about how much delta V we're going to have if we're going out to the moon. But then again, we have to figure out how much, where can MLV put this damn thing? Can it put it into a further orbit? And I think it can. I'm going to need to get an evaluation test. This is all contingent on where MLV can throw this thing. I can't really design this vehicle out correctly until we do some analysis on MLV and where it can push a payload. So let's figure this out. Let's go over here. Harry stack prototype here. All right, so let's go here and let's start filling this thing up with fuel. This was designed for mission mode, so it's not I built it, yeah, in mission mode you never move fully fueled rockets around. It's a big pain in the butt. So this gives, with 18 tons of payload, this gives 1.34 PWR, and we have 3,000 meters a second delta V on the first stage, and we have 2,500 for the That's with payload. Now keep in mind, that's about how much fuel, if I'm remembering correctly from my previous flight profile that I engineered for this, that's about how much fuel we need to land. So that's 1,300, give or take. We have 3,000, which leaves 1,700 for ascent, which pretty much is in line with, yeah, that's about right. It might actually be closer to this. Yeah, guys, I gotta fly this thing. I gotta fly it. I gotta figure out. I gotta fly it. We to get the analysis right. This is all dependent on the flight profile. We're gonna have to fly it. Just do an evaluation test flight. We have to. I don't like just dumping 18 tons of fuel into space, but all right, here's what we're doing. We'll go even simpler than the damn resupply vehicle. Give me those, right? I think for this one mission, dudes, we could do an evaluation test. Yeah. I'm thinking, we got to test the launch vehicle, but I don't want to test the launch vehicle without getting this thing dialed in, right? We could work on our center of mass balance. We could work on getting all that right, but also my lander out there can do our POD because it has monopropellant on it. It has a lot of monopropellant on it. Because it has a lot of monopropellant on it, we don't necessarily need to worry about balancing the thrusters so much on this thing. So what I'm going to do, switch to local orientation. I'm going to move these right to the dead center of the vehicle. Okay, we move it to the center of the vehicle. Right, there it is. That should be good enough to let any wheel torque, which I don't really like that it does that, but let any wheel torque basically figure out exactly where it needs to go, etc., etc. That's fine. All right, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with this working like this. That's fine. Take the avionics package, clip it in there a little bit. We do not need a bunch of these on there. Right? And now this thing needs solar panels in the right spots. So let's rotate this thing 45 degrees. And we'll give it solar panels pretty much in the same, in line in the same spots as the capsule. Good. Once again, this is all supposed to be quick. If it's really going to be quick, let's put something together, send it, and we'll iterate on its design from there. If it's supposed to be something that we want to get done fast, that's not necessarily going to be the most cost-effective, but it's going to be close enough. Solar panels are not outgassing near any particular thrusters, but we'll put those back a little bit. This should be good enough. These thrusters should be already configured correctly because they're derived from the lander. We have our pusher thrusters in case we need it. And let's make sure it's full of fuel. 1646. And we need to refuel the monopropellant on board, so close out that monopropellant. Does the center set of RCS need to be moved? No, those are your forward back thrusters. These ones back here, Mutter, are for yaw, pitch, and roll. Those are your translation thrusters. They're pretty much in the center of the vehicle. I'm thinking MLV can push this thing pretty far. We're not going to need that much delta V. We're not going to need that much delta V to get this thing where it needs to go. MLV can do the brunt of the work. Capture, ascent, descent back to curb and fuel considerations. What? No, I haven't, Nick. I haven't seen that. That's good, Flykin. Yeah, good idea. Last question mark. We will dispose of this transfer vehicle. I'll deorbit it around the moon for seismic tests because we have the experiments down there to do it. Now, the last thing that I really want to put on this thing is a small relay. An HG-55 should be good enough to relay this thing if we put it in a high orbit around the moon. And if we put the relays on there, I'm pretty sure we don't need the antennas, but all right. We can actually have it toggle between being a relay and just not. So I'm actually good with that. That's fine. We have the extra monopropellant. I have those tanks closed out. We have our main fuel tanks closed out. We have the cargo hold in there, but I mean, do we need to transfer anything out to that cargo hold? Maybe we could put another round of experiments in there for the lander instead of sending it on the capsule. Load it down with some repair kits. That's fine. Goob monitor, we don't need the weather analyzer. We need the control station though, and we need the panels to power it. Goob monitor, we need the seismometer up there. We need the ground communication systems. I mean, it couldn't hurt loading all this stuff up. Seismometer, control station, goobed monitor. Control panels. Yeah, that's good for another lunar expedition. That's fine. That's how we're going to load it. Can the lander hold all that? The lander can hold 3 here. It can hold 6, basically. And then the, was that EVA experiments? Oh, no, those are EVA repair kits. I want that. Yeah, and then a repair kit. That's fine. This will basically get the lander 100% good to go for the next expedition. Cool. It does carry a little bit of a cost, but yeah, still cheaper than sending another lander out there with all the scientific experiments loaded down, I would say. Cygnus is the Latin and Greek word for swan. So guess what? Swan resupply vehicle. Boom. There you go. Thermometer for random science quests. If we need to load it on a case-by-case basis, Mutter, yeah, it's fine. All right, so save this. Now, let's go open up MLV. What's the final mass for this thing? 21.5. It's a little heavy. Very creative. I know. It's good. I came up with that name all by myself. Should we carry the surface communicatron? Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. It's been a while since I've launched this thing, guys. I don't really remember how it works. It should be similar to Condor. Should be pretty dang similar, actually. Alright, let's just check our staging, make sure the staging is good. All right, so we have all engines ignition. Here we go. Now I should have a sequencer here. Yeah, what is the sequencer for the separation? 4 is separate. Cool. That doesn't need to be a thing. Now we have upper stage ignition and then payload deploy. Yeah, we don't want that in front of fairing separation. What kind of fairing are we using here? We have a clamshell 2x fairing. Okay, cool, sweet. I'm gonna give this thing a bigger fairing eventually. And this should load us out pretty well. This, between this and crew rated Condor, we should be pretty good. Can we also give it wing strikes and a dual poodle upper stage? No. All right, let me just go through my AGs, make sure. This uses hybrid tech, so we're gonna have to hit 1 at liftoff. 4 is separation. 9 is landing leg deploy. 0 is landing leg lock. All right, so it's basically the same controls as Condor 9. How much would it suck to live on a planet that has 1.5x or more gravity of Earth? Like chemical rockets wouldn't even be a thing. Yeah, that would suck, but I'm sure we'd figure out a way. All right, dudes. So this mission is going to test out Project Ares. So this is our medium duty launch vehicle. We're going to test this thing out. And we're also going to resupply the Lunar lander. And then we're going to put this thing in a type of orbit that's going to give us the relay to move the rover where it needs to go. So we get a resupplied vehicle with all the equipment transferred into the lander. And then, yeah, from there, we're going to throw this thing into a relay. Or actually, it'd be better to do the relay orbit first and then resupply the lander. We're going to need to do a retrograde insertion around the moon. So something RE and the engines. I don't have any manual shutdown action groups. This thing needs to be shut down manually. I never dialed the vehicle in, so we just have to click thrust limiters and go from there. I'll show you once we start flying. There is also some stuff that I would really like to change about this thing. I'm not going to do the changes now, but using the same overclocked Poodle engine should make this thing and then some thrusters out back should make this thing a very, very potent vehicle. But for now, we'll just do this like this. I'm not really too keen on doing this exactly this way, but it's fine. This will work. This is the quick and dirty way of getting this right. Just put these thrusters in 4x sim. They ride on the back of the fairing. I don't think I'm forgetting anything, but if we screw up, man, that's going to be a costly mistake. I wouldn't even mind if we got this thing and I crashed it back into the pad. I'd be fine with that. Yeah. Let's roll. You could do that, Tyler. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Okay. We don't have the skipper? Oh. .375 flag. Where's the 375 flag? I think it's... Oh, it's Old Glory. Okay. That was costly, but... TD06 decoupler. 4X I-beam. I-beams? Where the hell are I-beams in this design? No I-beams here. Where are they in the landing legs, dude? Four of them? The crush core? Oh, yeah, all right, well, there we go. Wait a minute, that means I could put the American flag back on this thing, but it's fine. I don't feel like placing it. Right. Well, you know what? Nah. Nah. You know, put it back. In fact, you know, make it bigger. Good. Hold on to your butts.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Vulcan. Orange child of New Glenn and Falcon 9, my beloved. Yeah, it's New Falglen. New Falglen 7 by 1. Block 5. Or something. Hey, Vulcan. Alex and I were talking about something at the Flame Trench post show last night, or on Friday. I know it's unlikely, and I know it's unlikely, but wouldn't it be cool if New Glenn 9x4 used High Bay 1 for integration and launched from 39B? Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be cool. We should do that. It's got to be a Vulcan-sized American flag. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Vulcan-sized one is pretty rad. Seeing that would be cool. If borrowing, we're cooking some stuff up and working to order another large moving tower. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay, guys, here we go. Hit 1 AG is good to go. Let's make sure I balance the sound so I don't blow your eardrums out here. This one's gonna be loud. All right, if I'm remembering right. There we go. Turn the sound down. Move that over there. All right. We're going to the moon, so we don't necessarily have a launch window. So let's do this. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Okay. It's a little funky, but yeah, I don't ever remember it doing that, but you know, that plume is doing something. It's the same vessel collision, guys. That's what's doing it. SVI is doing it. Now, what's going on up at the top, I'm not 100% sure. I'll fly it manually, screw it. We're pitching over a little too much because the payload's moving around up at the top. Vehicle supersonic. Max Q. Pitch over. I fear that we're going to have some very bad problems during fairing separation, but we'll see what it does. Okay, stand by for main engine cutoff. Okay, Miko. Stage separation. Got a good upper stage. I'm just going to leave the payload fairing attached. All right, switch back over to the first stage. While it's flipping over, let's just disable the thrust limiter on 4 of the engines, and we start our boost back. That should be good enough. I'm just wondering where my stage is. Where's the stage? Hello? There it is. Got it. It's setting it as a relay. All right, cool. We have reacquisition of signal on the second stage. I'm scared to separate the fairing, but I'm gonna do it. Whew. It worked. Oh, funkiness is coming from the PLF. All right, good to know. All right, so the PLF attachment, payload fairing attachment system needs to be redone. Once again, this rocket's designed to be stacked outside of the VAB. It's a mission mode rocket. i.e. build your own VAB and put it together. So you can reuse the first stage. Like, actually reuse it. Like, drag it back to the launch site and reuse it. Stand by for Seco. $119 by 102. That's fine. Flip back over to the first stage.
Discovery.
Tico!
Throttle up.
25-month resub. Thanks, man. Okay, we're not too far off. This thing doesn't need to do supersonic retropropulsion. It doesn't need it. What I do need it to do is not that. I need it to actually not roll. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Okay, we're over land. Landing leg deploy. Oh no. Crush course did their job. Right at the last second I ran out. But we did get it back. First stage is actually intact. All of my engines are there. That's right, J-Speed. The booster is still standing. See, this is a good design, man. I made it so the legs snap off and it can be held up. I designed it that way on purpose. Caden, there's basically a frangible part, so if it comes down too fast, just like that, it'll snap the legs and the legs will absorb all the impact. The real one does that, just not like that. Falcon 9 does that, just not like that. It's a little less violent than that. But yeah, it's basically a crumple zone. The legs are a crumple zone. Now, like I said, the real one has a little bit of a crush core on the end. With mine, because Kerbal and my lack of being able to put the whole leg's crushable. Let's just leave it at that. Kerbal crumple physics aren't real life. But we got it back. Yeah, quick before it tips over. Yes, exactly. Now, ideally, you don't want it to do that, right? But the legs will basically snap into a bajillion pieces, and it'll save the center core. It'll save the expensive parts. I misjudged my fuel by just a smidge, by just a tiny, tiny bit. And yeah, this thing incurred a pretty hefty grav loss. We need to dial in a little bit more into the skipper engines. Skipper engines need a little more power. Now, how much Delta V do we have left here? 598. Just as I thought. We can go out to the moon. We can use this to go out to the moon, and I'll dispose of it like I did before. We need to go into retrograde orbit just like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You could let it impact on the flyby. We don't have enough fuel to do it. I don't think so, Xerax. Once again, if we dial in more thrust into those skippers, they need to be overclocked just a little bit to get this design to really work good. I never went that far with its development. Nice. A 42-year-old made it through buds. That's pretty cool. Hey, Quartz, what's going on? Dial it down to one engine at the end. Yeah, I never got that far with the landing process with this thing, but we can change it around. That's what I mean. There's wiggle room here. We need to write the manual of arms for this thing, so to speak. A higher circularization would probably be good. And we also need to mess with the payload attachment fitting. Doesn't like that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to redo that. I need to remake the forward skirt on the second stage. No problem. That's easy to do. We didn't get the spacing exactly right there. That's no problem. Okay, we are go for translunar injection. Got a good relight. Today's flight sim day, so I can plan to be there to fly again. I was thinking tomorrow, dude. Stand by for Seco. Seco confirmed. Spacecraft separation. We got a spacecraft separation confirmed. Stand by for surface propulsion system ignition. SPS ignition is working. Good relight or good light. This is just a little guy. Him too afraid to get out. He just a little guy. Okay, SPS shut down. Solar panel deploy. Relay system online. Okay, while we're coasting here, I'm sorry about the flag. While we're coasting here, let's enable our attitude control thrusters. Test for pitch, yaw, roll. Good. Excellent. Hey, Midge. Nice ATV you got there. Yeah. All right. Now this thing, gonna coast out here. And just do a quick deorbit. Why does this thing have 1200 electrical charge? Oh, oh. Okay. There's really... All right. Yep. Okay, just... There. That's fine. Kraken will eat that. Is it an HTV? It's kind of like it. It's inspired from it, Midge, but it's not exactly the same. I don't know if you had time to check my messages on Discord, but the offer still stands. Oh, Doom. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm good, dude. I got pilots, man, but I appreciate it. You're a sea kraken, not regular kraken. Watch. See, ready? See, kraken was hungry. We made our sacrifice. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Set the probe to hibernate. We're in a solar eclipse. This is not going to be the most efficient time to do this, but we're not going to have signal on the far side here. Yeah, we got to circularize right there. 163. We have 1300. We're good. Okay, here we go. Lunar circularization burn. Oh, actually, we might be able to get an acquisition through Zitibris. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is push my Lunar PE as far out as it possibly can. I'm gonna push that way out there. The reason why we're gonna do that is because I need this thing to be on the far side of the moon, but I need it to be far enough where it's gonna be able to bounce a signal. So it needs to be... See, we're getting an acquisition through our tracking data, which not really shouldn't do. That's not really particularly realistic, but you could do it. Not our moon in real life is too far away. But let's see, do we lose signal here? Yeah, we do. See what I mean? I need to get it high up enough on the back side of this to be able to do this right. But you know what, man? We might not need that. It might actually be good enough to relay down to that rover. Let's switch to it and see if it is. We have a signal. Okay. Put the brakes on. Retract our solar jack that was installed by the Kerbals. Now we need to... I don't want to set Moho as a target. Activate our navigation. Control from here. Where the heck are we trying to go? There we go. Do we have any lights? No, but it looks like we're gonna go past our landing site. But we have a relay through the resupply vehicle. We might just, I was gonna try to put this into a nicer orbit, but looks like we don't need to. Surface deployed mystery goop from the moon surface has generated 11 science points and sent them back to Kerbin. Is that because we're in range of a probe core? How much money have you farmed off this hunk of junk? Good amount. There's the landing site. Dude, if that's going to be able to relay the signal back in lieu of a communicatron, if the probe core can pick it up, I'm just going to drive this back to the landing site and leave it there. It's a free rover for you, Jim. We just got to make sure we do this before the transfer vehicle goes out of phase. There's a setting to make the parallax rocks glidable if you care. That's good to know. I'll just keep it for what it is right now. Maybe we'll enable it later. We just got to get the rover to the square hole, and then we get paid. Hey Thomas, sorry for the random question about cars. Don't worry about it. I drive a Yaris from 2008. My muffler just broke off. Should I replace my muffler or the entire exhaust system? Just the muffler. Yeah, so you need a catback. Catback exhaust, dude. How are the pipes going to the muffler? The pipes going to the muffler are wasted too. Just catback. Catback should be fine. You can go get it from the dealership, dude. Toyota has, yeah, you'll be able to buy another one. Just replace it. Or just take it off. You don't need the muffler to pass inspection. It's the catalytic converter that needs to be right. So as long as you're, like, if your state doesn't have any, like, loud noise ordinances or something, dude, just cut the rust out and just send it. It'll be a little bit louder, but as long as you're cool with that. You need a muffler because you live in Germany. Okay, go to a Toyota dealership and get another muffler then. Yeah, you don't want to get TUV'd, dude. That would be bad. I'm not sure if TUV would like a straight pipe, guys. Should he try a junkyard in Germany? I don't know how that works, Serge. Junkyards in Germany have strong rules about taking stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Just... yeah, you're gonna need to buy another exhaust. You need catback. Go to Toyota and go get it that way. Do it right. Because, yeah, if TUV sees your car and they see it's not gonna pass, you're screwed. You're gonna pay a ton of money for no reason. Yeah, just replace it, dude. Replace it, make sure it's right to factory spec, or else, yeah, they'll get mad at you. Guys, Germany has some of the gnarliest, like, state inspection around in pretty much the world. Like, Thomas, if that was the States, dude, you could just cut it off. Nobody would care. As long as but that, like, dude, you could cut the entire exhaust system out of the car in some states, and they wouldn't care. Some states, like my state, you have to be careful about emissions. So with my state, you could straight pipe it, but you'd still need the catalytic converter and everything under there, or else they're gonna get mad at you. 200 grand in the bank. Now we turn around and we drive it back. No. There we go. Okay, we completed the mission. We got paid. 1.6 mil. There we go. You just passed the inspection? You just passed. If you pass TUV, you don't want to get nailed by the Polizei. Because, yeah, if the police hear you too loud, they'll go after you, and then they'll think your TUV is fraudulent. You can't screw around with that stuff, man. Resupplies for my lunar lander. A Yaris with no muffler is probably not a pleasant sound. Yeah, Lucas, you're probably right. How large is the Yaris? What does it have? A 2-stroke? I think it has like a 1.8 or something. Oh, 3-cylinder 1.0. Yikes. How would brakes work on the lunar surface? Wouldn't the soil basically erode the disc drum to nothing? With the lunar reconnaissance vehicle, they didn't have any brakes like how we think of about it. The brakes were just the oops, I went a little bit far here. The brakes were just the electric motor going in the opposite direction, like what I'm doing right now. At least I'm pretty sure that that's how that worked. Yeah, dynamic braking. But then again, the LRV did not go very fast, guys. It's not... I forget what its top speed is, dude. Let's get this rover parked and then we'll look. All right, cool. That paid out. Now, what was the max speed on the lunar reconnaissance vehicle? That thing. So it has 0.25 horsepower, 0.19 kilowatts series DC motors, 80 to 1 harmonic. Oh, a harmonic. What? You just posted a picture. What channel? I'm gonna guess cars. Oh yeah, clean break. You could always just go get somebody to weld it up back together, dude. Is that really a strain weaving gear? Why would you design that way? 2 silver oxide, 121 amp hours batteries. Range 57 miles. That's actually really good for an electric vehicle from the 60s. That's pretty good. Top speed of 11 miles an hour. 18 kilometers an hour. Yeah, dude, it doesn't go very fast. Compact and lightweight. That's why they did it. Chrysler make it? No, it's General Motors. That's a Chevy. Yeah, that's a Chevy, dudes. But that's when GM could engineer anything. You could ask GM to make a electric powered tuba shaped rover and they'd be like, all right, cool, we got this. How fast are the new ones supposed to go? I don't know. Probably not much faster than this, Comus. You don't really want to go too fast over the lunar surface. You go too fast, it's real easy to Ford Explorer yourself. There's 3 of them on the moon, Hydrolox, from Apollo 15, 16, and 17. Yep. I bet you if you replace the batteries, they'd probably work. Blue tweet. Okay. Did they drive it to the levee? No, there's no levees. They're on the moon. Okay. Tested on Earthbound for the moon. The B-7 engine for our Blue Moon Mark 1 lunar lander just completed acceptance testing. 2 290-second tests exposed the engine to its full range of thrust and mixture ratios to verify engine performance. Variable mixture. The engine is now off to Florida for integration with Mark 1. Okay. Yeah, all the signatures on the nozzle. That's cool. I wonder what vacuum testing chamber they're using.
This is space. I'm in space.
Tom's gifted sub to bio. There you go. Cool. I'll save that one for space news, dudes. All right. Back up to our transfer vehicle. Now what we have to do is put ourselves in the same orbit as the Lunar Surface Ascent module. Set that as target. We have 1.1 kilometers a second delta V left over. Yeah, we have the margin to do this. So we're going to change the inclination of our orbit to match that. From there, it'll be easy to adjust AP and PE once we have the tilt matched. Okay, here we go. Stand by for SPS. This would be the third firing. Interesting, John. Okay, the next thing we need to do is bring our perigee down. So I'll weed out the rest of our inclination. Oh, that's gonna take basically nothing. Off-topic question. The Apollo capsule have all the rations for the crew and thus the landings? They had to transfer the rations over, or was the lunar module pre-stocked? My guess would be pre-stocked. Because Seacrack can think about it. Does it matter? It's all going to the same place on the same rocket. Doesn't matter. Put it where it's supposed to be. Right? That's just a guess, though. I don't know for sure. Okay, we're gonna lower the paraloon here. Ready? Actually, probably lowered all the way to 15. I'm a little worried that we might not be able to get a signal with this thing on the other side, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. So now we're going to do a slight deorbit here. And I'm going to mess with my
Discovery,
maneuver
go and throttle up.
planner here, and we're going to set this to rendezvous by raising or lowering. Oops. Hey Ingram, what's up? 31-month resub. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for, right? Do a little bit of a bi-elliptical transfer here. There, that's gonna get me a good rendezvous. So we'll circularize down here, and then after one orbit, we'll catch up to the thing. For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for the use in unilateral phase detractors, but would be also capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument is the turbo-encabulator. Now basically, the only new principle involved, instead of the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modal interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of pure prefamulated amulite, surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurring bearings were in direct alignment with the pentametric fan, every seventh conductor being connected to a non-reversible tremie pipe on the differential girdle spring of the up end of the Grammys. The normal winding was in lotus of delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. The turbo-encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it is successfully being used in the operation of no-for-trunnions. Moreover, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it also be drawn in conjoined with a reciprocating dingle arm to produce sinusoidal repreneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Yeah, you didn't think I had that all teed up, did you? I got two verses out of order, but whatever. Doesn't matter. No, not serving, but spurring bearings. Differences. Some fine techno-babble. Thank you. Okay, here we go. We could go around one more time. Every time we go around with this thing, we lower our relative velocity. It's just delta V. You can do it now or do it later. It doesn't really matter. Hold on. You might want to boost this. I might want to actually reboost it. We have the margin to do it, but yeah, I'm gonna do that, guys, just so we can get a little bit of a better rendezvous. It's not gonna cost that much extra delta V. Cool, that's fine. Now we go over here, dump that maneuver, no, go here like this, put a maneuver this way. Now that's the burn that needs to be precise. Cool. All right, move the vehicle into position. Gonna go around one more time. And we will refuel. Well, what this mission is designed to do is refuel the lander. Respect to the encabulation scholars. Hey, Kai Guy. What's going on? Okay, coming in for a rendezvous. I'm doing good. What game is this? This is Kerbal Space Program. It's a game where you design, build, and fly rockets. Cool thing about Kerbal is that it's rooted in real orbital mechanics. Well, pretty realistic orbital mechanics. Long story short, the game's pretty damn realistic. Yeah, it's pretty dang realistic. It's right now I'm rendezvousing 2 craft around the moon here. I'm refueling one of my lunar landers. But yeah, it's a good game, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Green Raven, 35-month resub. Thank you. There you are. All right, let's resupply this bad boy. I gotta reorient my resupply vehicle here. Let's go towards it. Gravity is going to try to push us away, but we got this. We got this. Now, okay. All right, now we have our translate thrusters on. So let's reorient the vehicle. Beautiful shot of Kerbin over there. Now translate thrusters are working. I mean, they still gave us a little bit of roll to the, or a little bit of a pitch rate to the vehicle, but that's okay. So this is a lunar lander from the mission that we launched last week. I am going to take this sucker And we're going to refuel it for the next mission. But in order to do that, I have to dock to it, and we have to refuel the sucker. Docking port's up at the top of the vehicle. Gotta get up above this bad boy. How many refueling trips do we need? Oh, just one. This is designed to just refuel everything in one shot. I'm even carrying all the experiments for the next landing. Okay, let's reorient the vehicle. Oh. That was me. I screwed that up. No signal thing just popped up again. I saw it. Okay. Now we're going to make our final approach here. Make sure the vehicle stays pointed in the right direction. There we go. Now from there, we can see how we need to orient on our nav ball relative to the vehicle. First thing with docking, guys, get the vehicles pointed in the same direction. Like, if this vehicle docks, say, like, these are two vehicles, and they dock like this, right? Get the vehicle near first, turn it into the direction that you want to dock, and then it's just doing translation commands from there to get it aligned. Okay, we have magnetization. Soft capture. There we go. We got a dock. Cool. Now I take the lander's liquid fuel tanks, right? Then we take that tank, pin that, and then we undo everything else, right? And then we begin our refueling operations. Now watch this drive. Hard capture confirmed. That's all right. Can you toggle the magnetization? Yeah, of course. I use my magnetization as a soft capture mechanism. Basically, it gets the vehicles kind of locked together, and then the pedals that I use, these are flags. They're flag pieces, and you can make them solid parts. The flags are used as pedals to line everything up. How do I feel about people who deny the moon landings? Dude, if they can't tell me what specific impulse means, I don't really care what they have to say. I don't let those types of folks occupy my headspace, Kevin. Right? Like... There we go. Refueling complete. Now we just got to pop the monopropellant here. See, because we're down on monoprop, so... Like, Kevin, that's really kind of where I'm at. They don't... people that deny the moon landings don't piss me off. It's not like I'm going to get triggered by them or anything. I just don't think about them. With that being said, it does come up here a lot. Just because of the nature of what I do. But seriously, if like, you know, if you don't understand like what specific impulse or delta V is, then that's like, those are just physics that rockets need to work. Like, if you don't understand how those work, then how can you say that we did or didn't go? You know what I mean? Electron launch in 4 hours. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bridging the swarm out of the Mahia Peninsula. Okay, that's kind of where I'm at, dude. Like, I don't let those people like occupy my headspace at all. Most people, you know what the crazy thing is, Kevin? Most people that I encounter here are mostly just trolling. They're just messing with me, which is, yeah, all right. People mess with people on the internet, dude. Thoughts about 3i Atlas? It's a comet, most likely. They just piss you off? Why? Don't let them, dude, don't let them bother you. They don't know what they're talking about. Why would you let why would you lend credence to somebody's ideas about things that they have no idea about? I mean, Kevin, think about it, dude. If I just came up here and said 2 + 2 = 6, and I'm pretty sure that they're lying to you, that 2 + 2 = 6, you'd look at me funny. You'd be like, what? You'd just be like, okay, crazy person. Like, man, I've been operating a stream that centers around spaceflight for 15 years now, almost. I don't let this stuff bother me, dude. All right, sweet. I was actually gonna see if we could use the lander or the vehicle to essentially give us some kind of resupply, or we could use it to reorient the lander. So let's disable crossfeed there and see how much delta V we have. We have 436. 1 + 1 is sometimes 69. That's right. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But Kevin, I wouldn't let him occupy your headspace, dude. Like, that's the first thing. Like, if somebody says, EJ, I don't think we did this, I'm like, okay, tell me what delta V is. They don't have an answer. Because in order to, and it's not that like delta V is the end all be all of like understanding rocket science. If you can't tell me what delta V is, you don't know how the Saturn V flies. So if you don't know how the Saturn V flies, how can you say that we did or didn't go? You know what I mean? It's kind of a logic test. 68 ± -1. That's right. You know? So like, in order to be skeptical of an idea, you have to inherently understand how that idea works. Like, if somebody has a theory on how to make something, right? Like, I want to make a chair, okay? Right? Or I don't think they make the better way to say it would be like, I don't think somebody makes chairs correctly. Okay. Why don't you think chairs are being made correctly? Well, because they have 4 legs and they should have 3. That shows that you understand that a chair in its current capacity, like a garden variety, like dining room chair, has 4 legs. You demonstrated fundamental understanding of why the chair is the way that it is and why you think it's better. Why you think a 3-legged chair is better, right? Right? If you go to somebody that says, I don't think we landed on the moon. Okay, what's delta V? What? Okay, what does specific impulse mean? Huh? Well, I just don't think we didn't. Well, okay, then you'd have to, once again, you don't understand that a chair has 4 legs. So if you don't understand that a chair has 4 legs, how can you say that 3 are better? How can you say we didn't go? You don't even understand how we went, even the proposed way, right? You don't even understand how we did that. So if you don't understand how we did that, who are you to say that we did or didn't go? See what I mean? The burden of proof is on you. I don't need to know anything about anything. That's right. And JSP, that's what I do. That's why I don't let these people occupy my headspace. I don't let them piss me off. They don't know what they're talking about. Fine. It's like arguing with a child. You're not going to argue with a child. You know, Daddy, I think unicorns exist. All right. Sure. Yeah, go find one. All right. Maybe one's in that bush over there. Okay. But EJ, 3-legged chairs can't wobble. Sure. They'll say those are all made up and all fake. That's right, Hellboard. They will. That's, you know, if somebody really wants to make the argument, they'll say it's all fake. They'll say it's all fake. That's fine. You could say it's all fake. But in order to understand it, in order to prove that it's all fake, you have to inherently understand how it works. Once again, 4-legged chair. You know what I mean? And they won't do that. They'll never do that. Because to be honest with you, anybody that takes the time to actually understand how rockets fly, you know, understanding Tsiolkovsky's equation, even at a superfluous level, will understand that the moon landing most likely happened. It's not a complicated thing. Rocket science is not... theoretically, rocket science is easy. What do I mean by that? I mean, it's easy to understand. I'm an idiot. I understand it just fine. It makes perfect sense to me, right? Like how a rocket moves around. It makes perfect sense in the context of physics, right? I understand that. Rocket science is easy to explain. It's hard to do. That's the hard part, you know? But anybody can understand it. It's not that complicated. But people that don't, or people that choose to deliberately obfuscate what happens, don't. They don't even go that far, because if they did go that far, if they put even an ounce of freaking time into understanding this for real, they would understand that it's actually not that complicated. Seriously, the theory, like the concepts behind going to the moon are pretty damn straightforward. Space isn't real. If you think space isn't real, neither is encabulation. Boom. You think someone would do that, sensationalist? Just lie about encabulation, like retro encabulation and turbo encabulation? Surely that's a real thing. That's what I mean, dude. It's like, in order to disprove a theory, you have to inherently understand the other person's argument. That's like that's like a bedrock of debate. If you don't understand what the other person's talking about, you're just gonna sit there dancing around each other, which is what most people on the internet like to do, which is why I don't let them bother me. You know? Yeah, still flying. We probably could get away with it. What I want to do with this vehicle here is I want to see if we can use this to... Let's take a look. I'd like to... Oh, we're control node locked because we're on the far side. Hold on. I'm gonna try to put the lander into a prograde orbit. Actually, you know what, dude? I don't know what type of orbit I want to put this in. I was thinking take the resupply vehicle and crash it into the moon, but I will do that depending on where the next moon where our next moon landing in game happens. I think that's a better idea. Let's leave these vehicles let's just leave it tending the lander like that. And then depending on where like our next landing is, I'll see what we can do with the Delta V on board to try and move this thing into the right orbit. That's good. So actually that was like pretty much 100% mission success right there, guys. That was perfect. The only thing that I actually screwed up from this mission was crushing the landing legs on MLV. So MLV did perform really well, but there is some things we need to figure out with that thing. No, monoprop, not right now. Maybe. I'm going to put it in a Molina orbit or a lightning orbit to be able to flip the inclination 180 degrees. To flip inclination 180 degrees, to do a 180 degree on orbit plane change, it's better to move your apoapsis high and then just burn retro until your orbit reverses itself. Basically, get up there, get up to AP, stop, burn the opposite direction and turn around. Yep. But we got paid, dude. Let's see what missions there are. What other missions we have active. So we still need to build a new surface outpost on the moon. We need to go do that rescue mission. But I picked that up just because. All right, what's the new stuff? Satellite in a polar orbit. Satellite in a polar orbit around the moon. Those don't pay very well. Repair a satellite around Kerbin. Don't care. Attach a new part to a satellite on orbit around Minmus. Nobody can dispute we launched the Saturn V 13 times. Yeah, of course. That's what I mean. If you understand how rockets move through space, like understanding Delta V and at least a surface understanding, somewhat knowledgeable understanding of orbital mechanics, you'll see that we went to the moon. We absolutely went to the moon. We went to the moon 6 times. It's not as far-fetched of an idea as you might think. That's a pretty good paying mission right there, dude. Attach a new part to a satellite on orbit around Minmus. Have an engineer on the active vessel. I'll take that mission. Test the Dawn electric propulsion system on an escape trajectory out of the moon. That could be good for a little supplemental mission. All right. Understanding physics and denying the moon landing is like being a cashier and denying that barcodes work. Well put, O-Force. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't let these people occupy my headspace. They don't make any sense. That's Minmus. I don't want to go there. Not yet, at least. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, Liberty Station. Let's go up here. Last, good sir. What's up, man? That could be a new relay around the moon. What could be? The resupply vehicle? Customer mission around Minmus. Yeah. $922. Yeah, baby. How much data did they have left? 240. 3.5 science a day. Good. When they run out of data, that's when that crew comes home. When we replace them with new data and Kerbals. Yeah, long story short, fellas, don't argue with children. You never know who's on the other side of that computer. You know? Don't argue with children. That's probably good advice. Sorry, that's funny to me. 922 science, baby. Let's go. All right. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Okay, we can do one more mission. Catch a new part of satellite on orbit around Minmus. We could, Blackness, you're saying bring a relay with us out to that. We could do that. Well, what type of orbit is it in? Let's take a look. I've been outside Kerbin system in this save once with a probe. We went outside of Kerbin's SOI for a second, got a bunch of science, and then sent it back. Is it polar? We did, Jerma, yeah. It's pretty good. Another gravioli detector. Oh boy! Another gravioli detector. Wait, what's aging Min-Miss satellite T-28? Is this the one that I already stole the gravioli detector off of? No, wait, what is this one? Oh, I've already been here. Yeah, we've already... Bill 9-1A-2B. Yeah, okay. Cool. Just so I know what that is. All right, let's get another mission. I think we send Kerbals out there. We could get the rescued Kerbal and then get out there to Min-Miss. So we have a rescue Malvin. Actually, that guy's in he's in an equatorial orbit. Let me see something. So if we get up into space, we get to Malvin's craft first. Pick up Malvin, make sure we get Malvin to be part of the crew. We're gonna need to do a 6-degree on-orbit plane change to get out to Min-Miss. The best thing to do from there would be to make sure that Min-Miss is in phase with the ascending node. So basically make sure we get out to Minmus right where it crosses Kerbin's equatorial plane, because then that's the phasing for getting a rendezvous, instead of doing the 6-degree on-orbit plane change here. But we could. The real difficult part of this is that we need to get near this without any second stage. Kevin, you've just been seeing the ascent off the moon on Apollo 17 a lot lately. I think it's amazing. The comment section is always 90% negative. Well, Kevin, you come to the right place if you think that's cool, because you know what? We'll watch it right now. We're on our way, Houston.
Three, two, one. Ignition. We're on our way, Houston. Reps are good. Excellent.
That's pretty good.
Pitch over. Roger, you have good thrust.
Oh, man. I want to see this in high def. Soon. It's cool, dude. What was the TWR? It's not very high on the ascent module, dude.
Stage pushed. Engine arm is ascent. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We're on our way, Houston. Reps are good. Excellent.
Look, you could see the RCS firing to do the roll program. See it right there? Oh, that's bitchin'.
Pitch over.
Ah!
Roger, you have good thrust.
That's cool. All right.
Okay, 30 seconds. 308 your number. Stay coming through 1,500 feet. And H dot
Oh, that's so cool.
looks good. Port stage push.
You know what? Just quick tangent. I'm sorry. You know what? We have to just give me a second.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe.
To ignore
these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
A happy place, Chad. Yeah, zombie, that'd be pretty good. Oh, come on now. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Whew. Whoa. You want to see a Saturn V launch? Trey, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I think that the tech behind the Saturn V is not very complicated compared to modern stuff, right? A lot of the F1 parts were made on a hand machine. That's what made making that thing so dang difficult. It was all machined by hand, and it was assembled by hand. I firmly believe that if someone came along with some pretty good seed investment money and built a 10-meter core rocket with 5 F1s using CNC machining techniques, and instead of like hand-welded internalized stringers using an isogrid or an orthogrid, billet aluminum orthogrid, you could absolutely make a Saturn V nowadays. Yes, absolutely. It honestly wouldn't be that difficult. If anything, it'd be more powerful than what it was. Even if we just made CNC versions of their 1960s counterparts, it would be a disgustingly good launch vehicle. Even expendable, it would be really, really good. I think it could be done. Seriously, the Saturn V, yeah. Dude, can you imagine how much mass you'd knock off just from the instrumentation? A Saturn V with, let's say, Falcon 9's avionics on it. Having a Falcon 9 or Atlas 5 avionics package on it, you'd be probably shaving off like multiple tons dry mass from your third stage. Yeah. Even just the fact that the Saturn V's tanks were welded together, they were TIG welded. They were TIG welded by hand. Some dude with a feed rod and a mask welding the damn tank together. And then all the internal stringers were all hand welded in there. Just an orthogrid with friction stir welding. Even if we just made a Saturn V with modern manufacturing techniques and all the rocket parts we CNC'd them instead of hand machining them, mother of Jeb, that would be a disgustingly good launch vehicle. The Saturn V in the 60s could move 120 tons into space. Can you imagine if we just made another Saturn V? I'll bet you we could probably get another 20 tons out of it. Easy. 140, 150 tons all day. All day, dude. It was not laser welded, Louisa, to my knowledge. They TIG welded it. I'm not talking about, even nowadays, I wouldn't TIG weld it. You'd stir weld it. Stir weld it with an orthogrid, with a billet orthogrid made out of aluminum lithium alloy, or 7000 series aluminum, which is kind of like aircraft aluminum. You could use either one of those. Orthogrid, billet orthogrid. Instead of internal stringers, you'd save so much mass, dude, and then stir welding it. Like I said, I'll bet you if we made a Saturn V nowadays, you could probably squeeze another 20 tons out of it. You'd probably move about 140 metric tons to low Earth orbit. It would be a disgusting launch vehicle. Even by today's standards, it would be really good. I mean, yeah. I think it could be done, guys. It would not be as expensive as you might think. All the engineering's basically done for you. It's just adapting it, you know? It's the argument of trying to copy a painting yourself and truly forging it for illegal sale. Yes, we can make a rocket that looks very much like the Saturn V. No, we can't make a perfect forgery. Yeah. No, I wouldn't want to make a perfect replica of it, dude. Why? CNC everything. CNC it all. Like, dude, can you imagine with modern cooling techniques with an F1? We could get away with it. No problem. Copper cooling jackets? Milled copper cooling jackets on an F1 or a J2? Can you imagine how disgusting that would actually be? And you're saving mass. Dude, those things are made from the F1s and J2s are made from brazed tubes. Like, oh, that's so horribly mass inefficient. Can you imagine the TWR you could squeeze out of an F1 nowadays? It's totally doable, dudes. Like, that's not, like, don't get me wrong. It's complicated. It would be hard to do, but you could do it. You could make that engine. Oh yeah, we could do that. J2s would be even better. They'd be disgustingly good. Landable first stage? Let's not push our luck. Which would take longer, NASA to redevelop the Saturn V or NASA getting Orion a good service module? The service module, but not by much. Yeah, if you made a J2 with Inco and a copper jacket liner tray, it would be disgusting. It would be a disgustingly light engine. It was light for the time. 1 meganewton of thrust, Hydrolox gas generator. And that was using brazed tubes, dude. Like, an Inco outer with a copper jacket. Oh my goodness. Dude, it would be disgusting. That thing would cook so hard, man. We don't need master welders and hand machinists, Serge. We can make a Saturn V nowadays, dude. I'm not worried about that. We could absolutely do it. We just gotta want to. Like, what's your use case? So say I hit the Powerball, right? And I decide, like, screw it. Let's make a 10 meter. Let's remake a Saturn V. I am remaking a Saturn V. I want a Saturn V. What's your use case here? Who's your customer? NASA is your customer. Would they go for it? No. Why would they go for it? They have SLS. Why would they do that? The J2X for the Constellation program, Semcar, yeah. It would benefit from a higher specific impulse than the F1. Some RP1 LOX rich stage combustion engine would be mint. Can you imagine if we... Dude, Lava, can you imagine if we took the F1s and made them oxygen rich? Holy crap. That vehicle would be disgusting. You probably wouldn't need 5 engines at that point. 4 of them would do it right. Can you imagine how much power that thing would freaking make? It would be disgusting. Oh, man. Just talking about it, dude, I'd love to. I'd love to try. But, I mean, who's going to go for that? It doesn't even work as a business pitch. I got it, Baron. Can you imagine that with a 10-meter fairing? Actually, you know who would go for that? Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam would go for that. Jasper, what's this? Did you make more music? You made more music. Uh-oh. Merry early Christmas. I've written a new song for you for the beginning of space news. All right, let's hear it. Nice, Jack. Sorry about that. I like it. This is good. This is good. I like it, Jasper. Thank you. Merry Christmas, buddy. I like it. Got a nice ring to it. Thanks, man. Okay, we got a new Space News theme. We will deploy this content Q1 2026. One difficulty of someone not NASA building a new F1 is that a bunch of it is still classified because the only engine to ever solve combustion instability on that scale. I think we could figure it out, Resi. The Russians figured it out. I think we're good. I'm on it, dude. I'm not worried. I'm not sure how such a large chamber would fare at the crazy pressures of oxygen-rich. Pressure oscillations would go crazy. Or maybe not. Well, Lava Eagle, that's what I'm saying. You do oxygen-rich stage combustion, you're getting a more complete burn, right? You're getting a more complete burn. And, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking, like, dude, you fill up the combustion chamber. I don't think you would need to worry about combustion instability as much. Or if you really want to solve this problem, a full flow kerosene, a full flow RP1 LOX, a full flow Kerolox stage combustion, that'll absolutely fix that problem. Yeah, that'll fix that problem. That also would be a little bit difficult to make, but yeah, that'll solve that problem. Get an RDE 170? No, I don't think I will. It's not classified. I have the full engine manual for the F1. There you go. You know, article you asked over in the YouTube chat, you know, what mobile launcher would you use? Shuttle? The Shuttle MLP? Just reject modernity with that Shuttle MLP and embrace tradition. We rebuild the launch umbilical tower. Just like what Northrop Grumman was going to do with Omega. There's still a Shuttle MLP rolling around in there. They have at least one. I think they scrapped one. I think they have two. I think NASA still has two of them left over. I don't think you can do a fuel-rich closed cycle with RP1, though. Why not? I'm actually asking, why not? I don't... This is not me being like, why not? Of course that could be done. That's me like, wait, why? Would coking be an issue with a full flow? I don't know. I'd be thinking you get the opposite of that. You get such a freaking complete burn. I mean, but then again, oxygen rich will prevent coking. You might not even need to go full flow. The injectors would get clogged, too much unburned carbon. Yeah, but you only need the engine to burn for 2 minutes. Just saying. We'd need a high bay. That could prove to be difficult. Guys, I really think this is doable. The hard parts about rebuilding the Saturn V, I think, would be the LEM and the CSM. But say I was going to make a business case for this, I would not make a Saturn V like that. I wouldn't even make a Saturn V with the... Yeah, I wouldn't put the LEM and the CSM up there. I would put a 10-meter fairing up there. I mean, yeah, now that I'm really thinking about it, you guys are saying coking's a problem. You wouldn't get coking at your main combustion chamber. Your fuel impeller. So your pre-burner, your RP1 pre-burner, that thing would just, yeah, it would turn itself into a freaking tar pit, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Real life Samcar this time. Yeah, no, yeah. I think an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle will solve most of your problems there. Yeah, that would probably be the best application. I mean, that would be hard to do. Oxygen-rich stage combustion is tough because you really have to heating. It gets so hot because it's running lean, but you get super efficient and powerful burn because you're using all of the fuel that you inject, and that's why there's no fuel to absorb any heat. Okay, so Lava Eagle, here's what we do. We do closed cycle. Closed cycle with a gas generator. You run your gas generator way past stoic. You run it super rich. Run the gas generator at super fuel rich. Dump the combustion byproduct into the nozzle to make up for the fact that it's going to get super freaking hot, just like the regular F1 did. And then we'd need copper cooling channels and quite possibly some film cooling inside of the nozzle, inside of the combustion chamber. The gas generator dump, I would use that for nozzle cooling, along with regenerative cooling. This is where this gets a little complicated. Yeah, you'd need to film cool the snot out of that nozzle. I'm not sure a copper liner will do it. And even then, you're running oxygen through the copper liner, so that's going to corrode the snot out of it. So reuse is probably not going to happen there. Do we have space news? Yeah, there's a couple of things here and there that I would like to share for space news. Yeah, Lava, I think I mean, we could solve the problem about getting the heat out of the impeller or your gas generator. We could solve that, just to do it the same way that Falcon does it. And then, I'm not even thinking of circulation into the nozzle. I think film cooling at basically from your injector plate downstream with the gas generator exhaust would probably do it. But even then, we still have to worry about oxidization inside of the copper cooling channel. So if somehow we were able to make this engine restartable and like land the booster, for instance, right? Merlin nozzle's cooled or just ablative? They're cooled to an extent. I did get it back, RJ, yeah. You want to cool the nozzle with RP1 through regen channels and then maybe even spray some of that fuel in the nozzle for film cooling. Yeah. This would... I mean, that's complicated. It gets complicated pretty quickly. Most propulsion does. But yeah, I think it's doable, dude. The only other thing I'd be thinking is an ablator nozzle, like the F1B with open cycle. The ablator nozzle would probably do us better. It would probably be easier to make it. Basically make the nozzle out of heat shield, so it ablating off is how you know. Get it to cool itself. So think like an RS-68. Yeah, controlling the heat controlling the heat is very quickly. I'm seeing why people, like, nobody's done this in the past. Getting a way to control the heat is, yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult. Yeah, I'd want film cooling basically from the injector plate down in the main combustion chamber lava. That would be the way to do it. But that would be one hell of a gas generator exhaust manifold, dude. That would be tough. But it could be done. It could be done. Yeah, that's a thing. You could absolutely do that. You might also get to some of the limit of the heat extraction, like in expander cycles. That's what I'm really worried about, dude. You know, because, like, my mind's telling me cool with the oxygen. It might be too much heat. And that's why I'm thinking film cooling from basically the injector plate down with your gas generator exhaust is probably how you'd want to do this. Yeah. What if you did something similar to the RD-170, had 2+ smaller oxygen primers, so less heat to deal with? That would be the way around it, Resi, yeah. To be honest with you, my SpaceX armchair engineer is saying that that's too complicated. That's too complicated to be able to build in scale. I would really want to try and simplify that F1, this modernized F1, as much as possible. F-154 test stand in your backyard, no. The AR-1, Lava Eagle. Stick 10 AR-10s. I wouldn't... Dude, if I was getting in the business of doing this, I would not want to outsource propulsion. You're black boxing propulsion at that point. I would not want to do that. No, we would do it ourselves. Doesn't need to be a massive engine, so you'd say put more of those down here. I like this, dude. Okay, you can call me nuts, and you'd probably be right. What do I know about this stuff, dude? I just play KSP. I don't know. I would stick with the 5-engine design, because of the simplicity of plumbing. Really, just, yeah, simplicity. The plumbing makes this a lot easier. Also, we would probably need to redo the engine section. I'm thinking this would probably benefit from a engine section that is somewhat more in line like the MPS on the Space Launch System. Something like that would be more beneficial. Love Eagle, the other thing that I'm thinking about, dude, is that we might be able to shave so much freaking mass out of this from not doing, like, hand bent and hand welded stringers. Like, if we were able to do orthogrid, aluminum lithium, right, friction stir welded with I mean, dude, even with a CBH here, the reason why they didn't go with a common bulkhead on the first stage is because of the structural limitations of the structural limitations of this of how you could put aluminum together at the time. Stir welding, and then an orthogrid, a billet orthogrid would solve that problem, so you wouldn't need an inner tank. I know, ditch the liquid fuel altogether and just go with the AJ260. Yeah. No, not in this application. Dude, we could probably get away with 4. And then if you can get away with 4, your temperature problems they're still there, but they're not nearly as bad. Can we give it some shuttle SRBs? I mean, I'm sure Northrop Grumman would be like, all right, you know. I mean, think about it, dude. This is all stringer riveted aluminum, man. It's so damn heavy compared to modern manufacturing techniques. Not heavy, higher mass. Although they made this basically like an airplane fuselage. And that's... Rocket design has diverged from airplanes a lot more since 1969. You could... I'm telling you, we could probably... I mean, how much mass is one of these bad boys? 137 tons with no fuel in it. I'll bet you we could get that down to 120. That's a very conservative estimate. I'll bet you we could shave probably 17, 18 tons off of this easily. Easily. Yeah, like, it's not even a judgment call. Who built it? Boing. Dude, you might even, with modern manufacturing, you might even be able to get that down to 100 tons, which is 220,000 pounds. I bet you could. I mean, dude, it's got an inner tank. Replacing an inner tank with a CBH and then redoing your engine section and not be riveted aluminum and switch it to even a bolt together section. Or, yeah, you could shave a ton of mass out of this thing. Yeah, you don't need the fins because you only have 4 engines. You don't need the stabilizer fins. You wouldn't need the nacelles. 4-engine design. Just so, like I said, it would look like an MPS from SLS just sitting on the back of this thing. Like here, let me check something. SLS core stage. There's an SLS core stage. How much mass is that thing? Look. That's what I'm talking about, fellas. Look. An SLS core stage is 97.9 tons. If you put an S1C next to this thing, an S1C, like if you put the front of an S1C here and the front of the core stage here, the S1C probably goes to right here. That's exactly what I'm talking about, dude. The core stage is way bigger, or way longer than a Saturn V first stage. Saturn V first stage is probably almost about half, maybe a little bit more. If you included the F1 nozzle extensions, it'd be like right here. The core stage is an 8.4 meter core diameter, and Saturn V is a 10 meter core diameter. Dude, I am pretty damn confident you could get if you made a modern S1C, you could get the dry mass below 100 tons. I'm pretty damn sure. That's a pretty good indicator of it. Core stage is under 100 tons. That's crazy, dude. But see, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. The ISO grids. I wouldn't use ISO. ISO grid might work, but ortho grids would work really well as well. Like that. See this? Dude, I'm telling you, you could get rid of so much mass. Dude, and even 37 tons out of your first stage mass, telling you, that doesn't transfer 1-to-1 to payload capacity, right? So say we built this, right? And say we did have 5 engines, right? If a Saturn V from 1969, from the 60s, can put 120 tons into space in one shot, I guarantee you, if we shave 37 tons off the stage, that doesn't transfer to another 30 tons on orbit. It exponentially multiplies. Exponentially multiplies. Yeah, dude, That doesn't translate to 37 tons up there. That translates to like 50 tons. Dude, looking at what I'm looking at here, a modernized Saturn V using modern manufacturing techniques, you could get over 150 tons to Leo in one shot. Easily. Like, easily. It's probably more. It's probably closer to 180 if I'm just doing the quick math out in my head. Like, 65 compared to 42. That's what I'm saying, 58. You believe that? That's what I mean about modern manufacturing. The core stage is way bigger. It's way bigger than an S1C. Yeah, first stage weight gain is about 1 to 10. You gain 1 pound. You gain 1 pound in payload for every 10 saved in the first stage. And yeah, spoiled. That's what I mean. So if we got if our Saturn V S1C got to, say we got it to 100 metric tons, which is 220,000 pounds, you're shaving 83,000 pounds off of the stage. So what are we talking about here? You divide that by 10. That's an extra 8 to 9 tons. And that's just the first stage, man. I'm telling you, 150. 150, I think, is what we'd be able to do. Do 150 tons. With a common dome, would that increase fuel capacity versus the inner tank design? No. I mean, well, it depends. We probably could get away with adding a little bit more capacity, but would we need it, though? I think that the specific impulse improvements plus the thrust increase from a modern F1 would make the open cycle gas generator worth it for the simplicity. Not to mention you could go from 5 to 4 engines. Common dome also has an issue if the two fuel temps are too wildly different. Works on Falcon 9 pretty damn well. Crazy that it's all just a one-time use. New Glenn's common dome as well, yes. But it uses LNG in the first stage and Hydrolox in the second stage. Hydrolox common domes are doable. The Shuttle opted for the intertank design because they mounted an orbiter on the side and they needed some structure halfway up the external tank where the SRB is attached. Crazy that it's just a one-time use. Well, with our modernized version, guys, we wouldn't need the inner tank. So if we made it the same exact size as this thing, right, and replaced, like what you guys were saying over in YouTube chat, you replace the inner tank design with more fuel, and provided we'd probably want to stick with a 5-engine design, you could land this, yeah, grid fins and stuff, grid fins, landing legs, that whole thing, you could probably get away with it. Once again, you would take that, we'd basically be introducing that 80,000 pounds right back into it for reuse and whatnot, but I don't see why not. Dude, like, the more I think about this, it's not a bad idea. It really isn't. Math with legs, just catch it? Nah. Too difficult. Well, not... Let's be real. I suppose if you're making this, it's not too difficult, but I wouldn't want to do that right off the bat. Throttling the engines would be a bit difficult. I mean, Pigzig, guys, all right, anybody here that knows propulsion a little bit more than me, what if instead of a axial injector plate like the F1, you move to a pintle injector A pintle injector could solve your combustion instability even with an open cycle. That's why Tom Mueller did that. Could the crazy fold-out wing idea for this be better? Maybe. Tom Mueller, the guy that designed the Merlin 1D engine. He opted for a radial injector instead of an axial injector for his fuel delivery mechanism for Falcon. And the idea there is not to solve combustion instability at high throttles. The idea there is to solve combustion instability at low throttles, making the Falcon 9 engine throttleable, deep throttleable. Merlin 1Ds can go from 40 to 100% throttle. They can go anywhere in between. That's 60% change in thrust. This is one hell of a tangent, I know, but this would be a hard thing to do. The scope of this project would be insane. I mean, one, you're making a 10-meter core. You'd have to do it at the Cape. You'd have to do it at the Cape. Like, or, you know, Michoud. I'm sure NASA's Pegasus barge ain't doing much work. Yes, Blinga. Absolutely. I think SLS with the EOS would be just fine, Blinga. My criticism of the EOS is that it doesn't exist. If we had SLS Block 1B right now, I wouldn't be worried. Like, it'd be like, yeah, it'd be great. If we're going to full modernization, why not push hard on an RDE? It looks really promising. Spoiled in my mind, dude. This is already getting a little bit complicated. Dude, you know, I say that we could just crank out a 10-meter aluminum stir-welded ortho grid core, but that's still making a 10-meter aluminum core. That's really difficult. Like, that's hard already. I would want to keep this as simple as possible. And that's why I'm thinking, dude, a pintle injector would... You could solve your combustion instability. It would just be getting a pintle injector working well enough to be able to sustain the M-dot from the engine. That would be tough. You gotta... There's a balance here, all right? The F1 injector plate, it's public. So, that's somebody's 3D render. I'm gonna look at the actual injector plate. Here, let me show you. So that's an F1's injector plate right there. So you see how there's two holes? Liquid fuel oxidizer, liquid fuel oxidizer, liquid fuel oxidizer. This is what's called an axial injector plate. You know why? Because we'd be looking up the proverbial business end of the rocket engine. I'll use this Dunkin' mug as an example. If the cap of this Dunkin' mug is your injector plate, no, I'm not sponsored by Dunkin', but Dunkin', if you want to call me, I drink your coffee a lot. All right. Say this cap is your injector plate. The cup is your rocket engine. Axial injectors spray downward. They spray in the direction of the long axis, the axial axis of the rocket engine, as opposed to the radial axis of the rocket engine. See what I'm saying? Understand? That axial will create combustion instability. And that's part of the reason why you see these baffles here in the plate. Those baffles in the plate are there to solve that problem. That's how they did that. And once again, that's all hand machined. A CNC machine could crank this out, no problem. Enchiladas for dinner. Ooh. That's what I'm saying, Seacracken. I don't think there's a pintle, and the hard thing to solve there would be a pintle injector that can get you the M-dot that you're looking for. The M-dot is your mass flow rate. The reason why they went with an axial injector is the only way to get all the stuff in there to make the explosion that you need to sustain 6.7 meganewtons of thrust out of one engine. That's the thing. You'd need a pintle injector that has the highest flow rate of any pintle injection system ever devised. That would make that difficult. So, you know where I would start, dudes? I would start with just making this. Just making this with a CNC machine. Night, Wartaz. It's doable, dudes. Yeah, it's doable. All right, guys. I'm gonna start space news up in a little bit, but let's do those changes to MLB while we're here. Can you combine them to get a partial throttle? Yeah, John, you can do anything. It's just that's gonna be tougher. That's gonna be tougher to manufacture. You know, I'm not looking. It's like there's many ways to solve that combustion instability problem. I'm looking for the simplest way to solve that combustion instability problem. You know what I mean? You don't even want to know how long the progress bar would be. Yes, even more combustion instability. All right, let's get the payload out of there. I want to redesign the fairing a little bit, dudes. Big thing we got to solve is that. Everything else seemed to have performed really well. I would like to get more power out of these engines. See what, you know, like 110% of rated would do with this thing. Yeah, well, why'd you retract your message? My, Andre, have we lost another submarine? Yeah, I did get a landing from it, John. Yeah, I ran out of fuel, though. I began my landing burn just a little bit too early. But I did manage to get the core back. I just broke the landing legs. The other thing is that this has some serious clipping problems up here at the top. And that's, see how the fairing is clipping in? The forward skirt is clipping into the fairing. That's not great. All right, guys, I gotta take a leak and then we'll fix all this. I'll be back in a second. So we'll make our changes to this thing, and then we'll jump over to space news. I'm back. Ah, Chair says hi. So we gotta fix this problem up here. All right. All right, this will not take long to get this correct. What I need to do is make sure this fairing is cut to the right size. So we'll go here like this and move this forward to the square hole. Yep, there's your problem. Okay, take the fairing, edit the shape. And if we terminate it right there using Alt left click, right, and then we go to reattach here, and then reopen the fairing. Yeah, that'll jive a lot better. Okay, cool. That's that problem fixed. The stage also does not need that much freaking batteries. Honestly. That's fine. It doesn't need 1,000 electric. Heck, man. You know what? Don't even put them there. Just attach them to the core. There. It's fine. Because we had 4 of those at $550 a pop. That's $2,200. 4 of these right there attached to the core like that gives us 400 for $320. That's fine. Much better. Also, so we need a propulsion, we need an attitude control system for the back half of this thing. I had a flashback to DOS's dorsal batteries. Hey man, good stuff. Back into the stage here. So previous designs had this thing there as a. You know, that's okay for a 2.5 meter core, but it looks like poop on a 375 core, so we need to figure out something different. A 2.5 decoupler with staging disabled. How heavy is that? 160 kilos. pretty damn light for what it is. Yeah, article, single engine landing startup, yeah. There we go. That's a good control system. Now we just need some tanks to go with it. We don't need big monopropellant tanks forever for this thing. 4 of them would probably work just fine. And then get rid of the shroud. Carry a little bit more just because this is a bigger tank. But these are just for orienting the stage for burning, and that's about it. I just want the decoupler ring there because that makes it look like it should be mounted to something. And that should all jibe together just fine. And now, does this stage have an antenna on it? It doesn't. So we will take our communication antennas and we will do something like this. I'll put the antennas here and make it look like the antennas are part of the structural mechanism that holds these together. There. And it's just a kind of a trick way of doing it. Why use docking ports when you do recovery in this playthrough? I don't know, Baron, maybe. I'll think about it. It's because redesigning it is not really worth my time. Like, why, John? Why? What's the point? You know? I could sit here and I could retool it all to use decouplers and stuff, but this is already engineered. It already works. I know it already works. The only thing I needed to fix was this. You know, it's really just because the biggest thing, dude, just like the transfer vehicles, that this is a stopgap. It's a stopgap. I don't want to use this for very long. I just want to use this to give myself a little bit of an extra kick to be able to grind out missions. You know, I titled this stream like Mission Grind for the Tier 3 R&D. This is going to be our Falcon Heavy. We're going to replace it with something way bigger. In fact, I do really like that modernized Saturn V idea. It's pretty good. Pretty good idea. There is some other things that I want to change about this. It became tough to get this thing into land correctly, so what I'm going to do is add this stuff here. I want to add a third control surface. The reason why I want triple control surfaces here is one for pitch, one for yaw, one for roll. No, I was just wondering, it seemed like you were streaming things is all. Why does stage 1 have 4 of those batteries? Stage 1 has it Nova for all the hydraulics down here. Probably don't need that many. In fact, I could probably switch to a 2x sim design. How much are those batteries? $550 a pop? They hold 400. We'll stick to 2 and we'll assess on the next thing. We might be able to upgrade the batteries again. And by upgrade, I mean get rid of them, use smaller ones. I'm glad, Moon. Glad I could be of help. The other thing is, do we want to keep the skipper here? If we overclock the Poodle, I mean that thing producing 150, so 150% rated is 250 times 1.5. No, I don't want to. That we need the higher push, and I don't want to. I want to overclock the engine that much. We'll just keep the skipper. Skipper is fine. When the batteries get recharged from the engine firing. Yeah, but I never really bothered to look at the consumption rates here. I'll go down to 2. 2 is saving us $1,000, so we'll keep that. I don't really need more gimbal out of this, dude. The gimbal wasn't what caused my rocket to not work, dude. It was just the lack of fuel. And that's why I'm thinking if we increase our thrust to weight ratio here, if I overclock the skipper engines, we set their overclock to, I don't know, 110, 120. That'll give us the TWR to not incur as much of a grav loss on the way up. And not incurring, our dynamic pressure was ridiculously low comparatively to Condor. Condor is 20,000 Pascal dynamic pressure on the way up. This got to 14. 14. That's it. 14. We left a lot on the table. There's a huge grav loss there. No, the hydraulics for the landing legs. I just want to make sure I have enough. I don't think we need 400. I think we could get it down even more, but I don't want to put myself into a scenario where I don't have enough and everything runs out of power when I'm going to land. Especially when my first stage cost 200 grand to make. Understand? This isn't going to take much, like right there. 132. No, that's a little too much. Let's bring her down. Bring her down just a little bit. 120. That's fine. That'll work. Okay, cool. Let's apply the thrust limiter for all the engines. I know they're in symmetry. I just prefer to do this way. Copy, paste, paste, paste. You like to eat paste? Okay, 120.76. Okay. Now what I should do is pull these engines out of symmetry. We should really do it. The outer ring of engines needs to be removed from the symmetry pool. So now what I'll do, AG7, shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down. Action group 8 will be a toggle there and there, and that's it. That's all I need. Center engine extra boost. Yep, I did the center engine first and then I went to the outer 6. I'm trying to balance my shuttle RCS, so the rear thrusters are 3 I-beams from the COM and the front is 7 I-beams from the COM. Okay? Do you really want me to do that math for you, RJ? Jesus. How do you figure it out? All right, man. Okay, this is... So... Look. All right, say this beam right here represents your center of mass, okay? All right. Now, let's just pretend for a moment here. Actually, you know what? It'll work better with a G11 hinge, okay? Pretend this right here is your center of mass, all right? Let's just say that this is a scale, okay? Look. Now, let's say, make sure our I-beam is in the center here, right? This is a good way to think about this. Right? Say we have 3 I-beams. Let's go 3 I-beams out, okay? We have 3 I-beams out. And then you have, let's attach 1 to the other side. Now, how do we get this scale to balance? Let's take a fuel tank that's, let's find one that makes this easy. That's 5 tons, okay? Actually, you know what? 2 times would be just fine. So we have a 5-ton tank on the end of this thing, okay? Let's just rotate it up. Say, remember, this is a scale. Just go with a scale. Okay. Now, RJ, I want you to reply to me. What happens if I put 5 tons here? Is that going to balance? Is it going to balance? Why is it not going to balance? Type it out. I want you to type it out. This is going to help. Bigger leverage on the front side. Right. Gravity is exerting a force on that mass. That mass is double the distance from your fulcrum, from your point of pivot, right? So what is needed? So this has more moment. It has more MOI, moment of inertia. Right? So what is this going to do? This is going to... So, how do you get it to balance? How do you get that to balance? You're double the distance away from your point of pivot. So what mass needs to go there to get this whole thing to balance correctly? You're double the distance. Think about it. What do you put over there to get it to balance it? Half the mass. Half of it. So if I took half of that tank and put it right here, that would balance? You sure? Are you sure? I'm actually asking. You're not sure. Why? Are you not sure? Because you're right. Don't second guess yourself. That's right. Half the mass at double the distance away is going to have the same force being pushed down on it as double the mass, half the distance, right? This is 2 times away from your point of rotation. That's so these I-beams, right? Those I-beams are 3 meters long. So you have 2.5 tons 6 meters away from your point of rotation, and you have 5 tons 3 meters away from your point of rotation. That balances out, right? If this was a scale, that would be perfectly balanced, correct? Now, RJ, what you got to understand here is that the forces that are making this balance are gravity. A gravitational acceleration is being exerted onto this mass, right? That's called weight, right? That's what weight is, okay? Now, told you to measure the distance between the I-beams. Okay, so the space shuttles have a center of mass. Here, RJ, let me explain it to you like this. This is probably, no math. You don't need math for this part. Let me explain it to you like this. See where I'm going with this? Make more sense now? What does that look like to you? What is that wing shape? That wing shape is undeniable. Type it out. I want you to type it out. Go. You can do it. What does it look like? Here. The shuttle. Bingo. Exactly. So, in this analogy, do the shuttle's front thrusters need to be as powerful as the back thrusters? RJ, I want you to answer. Don't ignore. This is your question. You asked. No, but not necessarily. The front have to be less powerful. Why? Because they're double the distance away from your center of mass. Let's take a look at a space shuttle. Seriously, let's just go look. I'm totally not using this as an excuse to go look at shuttle pictures. Just let's look at the shuttle. Here's a picture, nice picture of Discovery launching. I believe this is STS. It says STS 120 up there. Now, let's take a look. Take a look, RJ. Your front up and down thrusters right there on the forward RCS block. So the forward RCS block of the shuttle. You have 3 engines right there. Those engines are designed to either nose the shuttle down in space, or if they're fired in conjunction with the rear engine, with the rear thrusters, make the shuttle translate up and down. Well, this one is for down. Those ones on the side are for up. Right there. So, we have 3 thrusters in the nose, right? How many thrusters do you think are facing in that same direction on the back of the shuttle? Spoiler alert. There's 2 of them on either side. Well, there's 2 ohms pods on either side where the thrusters are on. They're on the Stinger. How many thrusters are facing up on that Stinger, you think? You have 3 up front. How many do you think you got in the back? How many are on each ohms pod? Uh-oh. The top Stinger on the space shuttle. See, this thing is called a Stinger. That's the slang term for it. That's where your aft thruster block is. There's 2 of them. There's 1 on either side. Look at how many thrusters there are. There's 3. But there's 2 of them. So there's 3 on the starboard side, 3 on the port side. So you have 6 thrusters back there. So if you have 3 thrusters up front and 6 thrusters for translation movement. Translation movement in space means you fire the thrusters and your vehicle doesn't turn. It moves like this. Where's your center of mass on the shuttle? Center of mass has to be somewhere, well, somewhere obviously in between here. But in the same analogy for our scale, right? You have 6 thrusters back here, 3 thrusters back there. Your center of gravity has to have a rearward bias. The COG on the shuttle isn't right here. Can't be right there. The thruster combination doesn't make sense. Just in the same way that our scale combination didn't make sense, right? Doesn't make sense that way. You have 6 thrusters back, 3 up in the front, which means the center of mass is 2/3 of the distance down the shuttle from the nose, right? So that means our center of mass isn't right dead center in the shuttle. It's back here somewhere, which is right around where the wings are. That's not a coincidence, dude. See how smart this thing actually is? Really, really well made. That's an incredible piece of equipment. Or you could just go do the math that everybody's been linking in chat. But think about it like a scale, right? You know, think about it like a scale. Do you want, when you're balancing your RCS, meaning you do not want a rotation rate with your vehicle when you're going to translate it, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're doing yaw, pitch, and roll. When you're balancing your RCS, you want to be able to nose the shuttle in one direction or another, and you do not want the shuttle to encounter a rotation rate because you're trying to dock to something, for instance, right? So you balance it.
This is space.
Ba-dong and
I'm
dong.
in space.
20 subs. Thanks, man. How's Jack doing? Get sub, nerd. All right. You got me. Jack's doing really well, thanks. He's really rebounded. Good. That's good to hear, man. Cool. I needed some good news. We needed some good news, man. See what I'm talking about? Center of mass of the shuttle's down here somewhere. It's 2/3 of the way down the shuttle. So if you divide the shuttle into thirds, right? 1/3 of the shuttle's there, another third of the shuttle's here. Then you got the back engines. Center of mass is back here. So you'd need double the force, right, at half of the distance to the nose, which is exactly what you see here. See what I mean? Pretty cool. Oh, nice, Graham. There you go. Titan update. Titan's doing just fine, guys. We have to take him back to the vet soon so they can give him a clean bill of health. But yeah, he's definitely, certainly acting more normal. That's for sure. Does that make sense, RJ? Is he cheering up? Yes, he's gotten back to being his restless self. So, but he still is like, why aren't we going on WALKs? Why are we not doing this? We used to do that. We're not doing that. Thinking in another axis, do they have the bow and translation thrusters at the same plane as the center of mass? If you're moving left to right, what do you think, Ressi? They're gonna have to. Right? You're gonna have to. Interesting thing about the shuttle, though. Look. So let's take a shot of Columbia right there. Great shot. Look. Your translation, your lateral translation thrusters are right there. 2. See? Look at the back stinger. 4. Once again, center of mass is over here somewhere. Right? You have double the amount of back thrusters as you do front thrusters. Now, why did they use 2 and 4? Redundancy, just in case. If one of those fails, you can shut off 2 thrusters back here and go from there. Or you could just shut down one of these thrusters, right? And you could get lesser thrust. That on top of that, the shuttle did have vernier thrusters, though. You see right there, that little guy right there, and then that little guy right there. They're vernier thrusters. There are smaller sets of thrusters. Shuttles has big and small RCS on purpose. That's so it doesn't outgas as much when it's trying to dock to something. You don't want to spray down your space station with rocket exhaust from your thrusters when you go to dock to it. That's probably not a good idea. That's why they have smaller thrusters. They're called, those are vernier thrusters for the shuttle. That's what they were called. They're utilized in a mode for the shuttle called low Z thrust. So, here's the interesting thing. Makes sense. Thank you. The current issue with my shuttle is that once I encounter lift on the wings, on the lower portions of reentry, the shuttle rolls. So on my shuttle RJ, I have a small control surface. I have the 2 elevons, and then buried inside of one of the elevons, I have a smaller control surface to take that into account. Did the shuttle have RCS? No. Or wait, no. Reaction control wheels. Yeah, no. It has RCS. And then the computer pulses the RCS to dampen out the rates. There's no gyros on this thing, dude. Buran had a gyro. This thing doesn't. You gotta build Starship. Yeah. So here's the crazy thing. Take a look. If you're looking at the shuttle, let's see if we can find a view of the shuttle kind of from the side. Yeah, this will work. Look at Atlantis. Now, look. The RCS is right here. Now, if you draw a line straight back, look. If you drew a line straight back to here, through the center of mass, which is right over basically the I in United States right there, and you went all the way back over here, what the hell's that about? Your thruster's up there. So how the heck does this thing translate? Remember, your center of mass is basically right around here. It's right, it's actually just a little bit above the N and the I in United States. It's right here. Because the shuttle needs to be able to translate, right? You need to be able to strafe left and right with the shuttle, and you need to be able to go forward and back, and you need to be able to go up and down, right? Center of mass is just over the N right here. So how come the forward thrusters are mounted so low and the ohms pods are mounted up high? What the hell's that about? Well, if you drew a line between these thrusters and those thrusters right there, that line goes through your center of gravity. And as long as these are equidistant from your center of gravity and they're coplanar with the center of gravity for the translational axis that you're trying to move on, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Does it have wingtip RCS for rolling? No. No, your roll control thrusters are right there. See the 3 downward thrusters? You have 3 there, you have 2 up there. Okay, now time for some real trivia. All right? Real trivia. Who knows the answer to this question? You have two downward facing thrusters right there. Right? Two downward facing thrusters. Those downward facing thrusters are for translational movement. Now, theoretically, this is a shuttle trivia question. I'm be interested who knows this. You have three downward translation thrusters right there. Right? So if you're going to roll, right? You're going to roll, you could fire 2 and 2. Right? Fire 2 and 2. But how does the shuttle roll back? Who knows? Who really knows their stuff? I'd be very curious. Those are downward facing thrusters. And you have the same thing on the other side. Now on top, on the nose of the shuttle, we know you have packs of 3. You're not going to roll with that. Right? Those are used for translation. We already went over this. So how does the shuttle roll with RCS when it's in space? Because once again, you have downward facing thrusters here, and then your thrusters up there are on your center line. In order for roll to have effective moment, it needs to be off of the center line of the vehicle. So how does it do it? Hey Russia, what's going on? How does it do it? You know it's spoiled. It doesn't. It's a trick question. There's no roll control thruster up here. The shuttle rolls with the back thrusters only, because the back thrusters are spread out enough, right? Back thrusters are spread out enough to be able to roll the vehicle. Also, fun fact, the shuttle's forward RCS is disabled during re-entry because NASA was worried about the plume interaction. Think about it. You outgas up here when your plasma is right there. You're going to shoot a rocket engine into plasma, and guess what? All that's going to do is take the thrust and push it right towards the windows. It's going to basically be like a windshield washer on an automobile, but with rocket fuel. Probably bad for the windows. The forward RCS is not used for roll. The shuttle uses the aft RCS. It uses the stingers. The dead giveaway here, Nader, is that you have 2 thrusters up front. That's for translation, right? And you got 3 in the back. Weird, huh? For roll control, the shuttle didn't need... That's what that third thruster is there for. It doesn't need that, right? Because if you have... Well, yeah, that's the gist of it. The shuttle rolls with the ohms pods. These don't fire when the shuttle's looking to roll. Up in space. And during re-entry. Same thing. See what I mean? You got 3 back there, you got 2 back there. Right? That doesn't make sense, because if you had 2 here, you would need 4 back there, but you don't have 4 back there, you have 3. Weird, huh? The shuttle's full of little tricks like that, dude. It's cool. Really awesome vehicle. Wouldn't you need to fire one of the upper facing thrusters to avoid precession when rolling in space? No, not if you're using pulse width modulation. If you're pulsing the rate of roll, if you don't need to roll very fast, your precession is going to be minimal. So much that the other thrusters could probably compensate for it. But yeah, the shuttle does not use its forward RCS during re-entry. Weird, right? I'm telling you, man, this design is a lot more trick than everybody makes it out to be. This thing is genius. Seriously, no one's going to be able to do as good as no one's going to be able to do better for a long time. That design is insane. Where are the purge lines for the fuel on the shuttle? So the forward RCS, to my knowledge, is passivated. The aft ohms pods, right there. They use the T1 and T0 carrier umbilical to purge the lines out. Doesn't that part a pitch component to it as well with the aft being off the center of gravity? No? You're just using that little guy right there for roll. That's it. That's all you're using. That's what I meant, because it should. Yeah, these could help you with precession on pitch and yaw, Lava. So those would be correcting on pitch and yaw. Your actual manner of actuation for roll is the aft ohm spots, dude. Like I said, it's a trick question. But it is, but it isn't, but it is. That's the thruster configuration on the shuttle is crazy. It is so ridiculously smart. It's so well thought out. We have a roll computer and it pulls pure force upward. It's not as bad as you think, dude. You'd fire the bottom ohms thruster on the left and the top three on the right, or top one on the right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, your actuation for roll, sure. Yeah, it only uses the back because the shuttle never needs to roll in space, not so much, right? The only time where you really need to do that a lot is when you're doing rendezvous proximity, and you don't need a big thruster for that. What size 11 did you hide in your shuttle? 11? Hey, Bandit. This is Edwards in the picture, right? Correct. Armstrong Flight Research Center, technically. But yeah, no, that's it. You could just say Edwards. That's fine. Actually, fun fact, this is taken from Edwards. This is on the east side of the dry lake bed. That is looking, this is looking west. See, over those hills right there is Los Angeles. Hey, Nazalik. You can't use the roll thrusters up front. Re-entry would kill them. Bingo. So it just doesn't. Don't. Why do you need that? You don't need to. This is all too close to the center line to get any useful roll out of it. These are used for translation and translation only. Yeah, Nader, on the left ohms pod, you'd fire down, and on the, you know what? All right. Okay. You know what? We're here. I know you want to, if you're watching the VOD, you're like, what are you doing? Just bear with me here. I'll show you. Now, keep in mind, my shuttle's thrusters were I compromised them on CTS-5. They're good enough. They're close enough, but they're not exact because massive parts in KSP. So, here. Look. Like I said, minor compromised, but my way to solve that problem, fellas, is to use the thrust limiter to your advantage. Look. The hell? You could just disable this to 50 thrust. I don't know why I didn't do it. It's probably because I didn't understand the shuttle's RCS configurations when I made this as good as I do now. I'm always learning, even from November 19th, 2022 to now. I'm still always learning, dude. I can do these thrusters better. We could absolutely do the thrusters better, but this was good enough for what it is. This is my shuttle for the people that haven't seen it. This is my 5th generation shuttle design. Oh, and it flies. It flies real good. Real good. Oh yeah, also I have a Centaur G inside of it, but I think the Centaur is a made-up thing, so it's a made-up animal, so I just called it another mythical creature. We called it a puma. Does it work with FAR? Probably not. So fun fact, dudes, this thing actually does that. It'll deploy it, just like the real one. So, One of the last things we did in our MM3 save, which MM3, my mission mode 3 save did not use MM2 rules. It worked like career mode, like this career mode. One of the last things that we did, I took my shuttle, I sent a Puma upper stage up there with its payload, delivered its payload. The Puma shot it to geostationary transfer, right? And then the shuttle just kind of sat in orbit. And then it deployed the payload, came back down from geostationary transfer, recircularized at the shuttle's altitude, right? And then I took the shuttle and went and wrangled my Centaur Puma upper stage. I wrangled it, reattached it, because I put reattachment mechanisms here. It's on a docking port, see that? I wrangled the thing, reattached it, and brought it back. It's not the Puma. Yep. This shuttle could do all that. I have a robotic arm. You could wrangle stuff. See? Could have been done, sad. Yeah. Wasn't Sam Hale's Puma. Yep. This shuttle has the arm kinematics. I used the Space Shuttle Operations Manual to make the arm move exactly, manipulator positioning mechanism, to move exactly like the real one. So the shuttle arm is tilted inwards so you can close the payload bay doors, and when you got up on orbit, you moved it out. Like that, and they deployed it from there. This arm basically works exactly like the real one in terms of kinematic function, but it does not use IK like the real one, inverse kinematics. I'd have to code that, and I don't know how to code that, but that's the idea. But my arm has a little docking port on the end, and you can use it to latch things. I like how you saw the curvature of its fuselage and wings. It uses panels. Panels are actually pretty dang lightweight for what they are. The cool thing about this IFT is that works like a thermal protection system. This thing is built like a heat sink. If you look, I have a center line of panels here. You see how as I move down the center line, it selects more and more and less and less and less and less, right? And then I have another subassembly there. This technically should be attached to there, but I decided not to do it that way for some reason. Now, if you look, if you go up, it only selects the 2 panels there, and if you go down, you get the same idea. It only selects a certain amount of panels. You go up, it selects 2. You go down, it selects 4. This is a gigantic heat sink. These panels work like thermal protection system tiles, i.e. all the heat is absorbed here, right? How Kerbal works, your heat is absorbed at the root part, and then it gets dispersed. My panels actually work like the real TPS. It's not just there for show. They work like a thermal protection system. This is a gigantic heat sink, and it sinks all the heat into it, just like the real one. So they're not just there to look good, and they do look good. I'm very, very proud of that. But yeah, that's actual TPS. Like when we're going through re-entry, you can see it absorb all the heat in thermal view. Introduce you to the M12 LRV. I like to call it the Warthog. Why Warthog, sir? Because M12 LRV is too long to say in conversation, son. Let's be honest, it's mainly there for show. It's actually not. There's a third use for gluing a bunch of panels to the outside of your shuttle. My third use is that stuff in Kerbal flies way too well. I needed it to fly worse. I needed it to fly like I glued a bunch of panels to the outside of it in KSP. To make it fly like the real shuttle, and that's what we did. It's not just there for show. It's there to make it fly like trash, just like the real one. Yeah, see that right there? See how it's helical as it moves? That was not easy to do. Handicap panels height, yep. And the Kerbals do look small, for sure. What's up, man? See that? The triangle, it's triangular tessellation on a helix. I made tooling in KSP called a panel tessellator to make that shape. It was not easy. That is some of the most nerd engineering we've done in this game. Wasn't this like a 3 to 6 month build? I built CTS 5 in from nothing to functioning prototype probably in about 3 months, yeah. He built him wrong as a joke. Maybe we'll use it one of these days, who knows. Here it is with its stack, look. Now, to be fair, I did do some craft file editing. These SRBs have 8 degrees of thrust vector control, but the real ones have 8 degrees of thrust vector control, so I kind of made it fly like the real one. Since you put it together, is there anything you would improve and change? If I could come up with an inverse kinematic controller for the robotic arm, this thing would be unstoppable and capping. That, and I would modify the thruster regime to make the thrusters more like the real ones. We could get away with that. I could do both of those things. That shouldn't be too hard. I always say that, but yeah, yeah, we could probably get it done. Tank not orange. Failure. Come at me, bro. Explain this then, Nader. What's that? That tank ain't orange. That's weird. I'll take my W now, thank you. SDS 1 and 2 were white. Oh, so you admit it. I can't make them, dude, I can't, it has to be that color. It looks ridiculous if it's not. Here, look, if I try to use the orange, it looks like that. It's not orange, it's got orange stripes. It looks terrible. So we went with the SDS 1 and 2 look. You guys want, yeah, you want to see it fly. Giving you a hard time because you can. Oh yeah, no, that never happens. May I present Easy Robotics. Easy Robotics is an inverse kinematic controller for KSP brake and grounds DLT rotation and servo part. It allows to set up an IK chain made of several servos and an effector. Dude, if we did that, we can. If we brought that in with the shuttle sea cracker, we could build whatever the hell we want. Yeah, height, that does happen. It's because I didn't stow it correctly. Oh, that's the other thing. Height, you actually reminded me. This is reusable. It's reusable. That's the thing. This is a reusable shuttle. Provided I could figure out a way to integrate it to another stack, it is reusable. I mean, land the shuttle, right? Pick it up, put it on a transport vehicle, take out whatever payload you need, put in new payload, right? Take the orbiter, flip it upright, attach it to a new stack, reusable. No, you could. I never built out the tooling for it, but you could. This is designed for reuse. Why no orange tank? Yeah, it is designed to be reused. You could. It's not, I never implemented the full system, but you could. Like, take a look. You want to know how the shuttle, how it attaches? Look, docking port on the forward bipod strut. I have hybrid tech for my aft attachment points to hold the shuttle in place. And then with Kerbal construction, you just put a strut right there. And that's it. There you go. Fully reusable. The wings are not replaceable on this version, Golden Goose. They are not. With this version, you shouldn't lose a wing on ascent. The bottom of your shuttle, why is it not all panels? It's a mix between wings and panels to get it to fly correctly. That's to get your my center lift lined up in the right spot. I would argue that this shuttle still flies too good. It shouldn't fly this well. This thing can glide significantly more than the real one. But even the separation, everything is in the right spots, dudes. All right. Okay. You get one ascent. One. And then we go do space news. You can have one shuttle launch as a treat. In case this isn't too much of a sidetrack, could you show the arrow with the arrow mod you got there? We'll launch it. Okay. I gotta switch saves. That's correct, Luffy. Yes, flawless logic in my opinion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I've heard you mention Centaur G several times. What is that? I've never heard of it. Centaur G is a variant of the Centaur, a Centaur upper stage that was designed to go with the shuttle. It was designed to work in the shuttle's payload bay. Regular Centaur here, right? It's too thin. So they fattened up the hydrogen tank for Centaur, right? And kept the center skinny and gave it a dispenser inside of the shuttle. Centaur G is a shuttle optimized upper stage. They ended up never doing it with the space shuttle because it was too dangerous. Yep, Centaur G had two configurations, and it was going to launch the Ulysses probe. That's what this is up here. No, Galileo, excuse me. And actually Ulysses as well, I believe. But, he said but. They built one. Never flew, but they built one. That's right. They built a shuttle, a Centaur G Prime, to move the Ulysses probe. This was scheduled to fly in 1986. That is a real one. That's a real flight prototype. That is the real thing. It is a real shuttle Centaur G. They built it. They engineered it. They designed it. They even put an aft umbilical on 39B for Centaur G fueling. I have a picture of it here. Give me one sec. I gotta find it. We'll just go through the pictures. Look. There it is. It's still around. It's in a museum. I believe it's at Marshall. That's real. That's a real one. That is the real thing. That's the real deal. That's the thing that goes in the space shuttle. They never used it. They had a Centaur G attachment mechanism on the pad here. I have one picture of it. I know it's in here. That piece of junk snuck in here. Nope. That's Chandra. That was supposed to be on Centaur G. They ended up going with the IUS instead, which is a solid rocket booster. That's right. They deemed it safer for the shuttle to carry an SRB in its payload bay than a Centaur. Where the heck is it? It's my personal collection. Shuttle pictures. Nice shot of Challenger with a Peterbilt 362 right there. Yeah, baby. Where the heck is that picture? It's gotta be. I know it's in here. I know I have it somewhere. So pictures from integration. Pictures from the tank. That snuck in here, but that snuck in here because SpaceX ended up using bits and pieces from the shuttle program. I think it's here somewhere. Bingo. Here it is. Look. Centaur G umbilical. Centaur G got vipered, yeah. It got vipered not because it was too expensive, but because it was too dangerous. They said it was too dangerous. You know, it was too dangerous because you'd have hydrolocks inside of your payload bay and it could leak. Hey, fellas, what is the shuttle attached to? A gigantic hydrolocks tank. It's weird. Yeah, that's strange. It was too dangerous. I'm really willing to bet that too dangerous means that we, you know, the company that lobbies me as a politician doesn't have the contract for Shuttle Centaur, and it's too dangerous. Just like the electric car is, you know, like, you know, up until Tesla came around, the electric car wasn't practical. I'd be willing to guess that that's probably how that went down. The Rogers Commission helped denote that this was too dangerous. Okay. That's too dangerous. That's where you draw the line. Okay. Sure. Hindsight is remarkable. The shuttle only killed 14 people there. I said it. You know what, Edmana? I can see how it would be easy to say that. I get it. But also at the same time, I would argue that if we just used the shuttle how it was intended to be used, that it probably wouldn't have killed anybody. Yeah, there, I said it. Most of the problems that it encountered were A, teething problems, or a lack of understanding of the engineering by people making decisions, or just lack of use. Yeah, programmatic problems. The shuttles, there's nothing wrong with the shuttle's design. I really don't think so. Yeah, that's right, I said it. There's nothing wrong with the shuttle's design. What's wrong with it? It works. It works really well, actually. And if you launched it more, you'd better understand it, and you'd really know what makes it tick and what makes it doesn't. What makes it not tick. Now, I know what people are saying, oh, EJ, but what about Columbia? What about, you know, what about foam hitting the thermal protection system and stuff? What about it? What about it? That was a very rare occurrence, all right? It was a very rare circumstance that made that happen. A circumstance that was outside of your qualification and analysis for the shuttle. STS-107 scrubbed 7 times. No one had ever tested what happens when you tank and detank an external tank, which is designed to be used once 7 times. It's not rocket science, man. All right? And I would argue that if something like Columbia did happen, and we were launching the shuttle and flying the shuttle more, that you could just send up another one and go get the crew. And then have the other thing, just do a controlled deorbit and re-entry of it, whatever. Nobody on board. High flight rate is what would have made the shuttle safe. High flight rate would have made the shuttle safer, not more dangerous. I would make that argument every day of the week, and it's true. The shuttle suffered from programmatic problems. Those programmatic problems stemmed from safety culture, basically. Over risk safety culture. Yeah, that's a good way to say that. You had followed through with the, if they had followed through with the shuttle design, even after Challenger, they would have made something ridiculous. They would have made something that could fly as much as Falcon 9 flies now. And if something goes wrong, if something went wrong with Ascent, you had foam strikes on your thermal protection system, just send the next one. No problem. But didn't it get more flights because it was super expensive? The only reason why it was super expensive, Reborn, is because it was designed to be reusable, and we didn't make it reusable. We didn't use it reusably. We launched it once every couple of months. You launch a shuttle every week, then that $400 million launch cost becomes very, 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 very tolerable. Do you think Starship will be more safer? I don't know. I would be willing to let the math do the talking there. I don't know. Fly it more. We'll see. Do you think the shuttle bay decompression valves are big enough, or if there's a leak in, say, the hydrogen tank? Why are we... So, see, Kraken, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, do I think the valves in the shuttle, the payload bay, the passive valves are enough to be able to evacuate a leak of haz gas inside of the... Why are we okay with the Centaur leaking? What, is it just going to spring a leak? Why are we okay with this? How about we don't make it leak? And more importantly, okay, don't make it leak. That's kind of hard to do with a Centaur. It's always going to, you're always going to have some seepage. Okay, cool. Design the system to be able to compensate for it. Why are we okay with a thing springing a leak on ascent? That's terrible analysis. That's frankly dog crap analysis. That's awful. It's a balloon tank. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. Excessive. The shuttle was a great design considering the circumstance. I will die on that hill. It is an amazing machine. No one's going to be able to match it for a long time. That's what I mean. As long as the behavior should be well understood before you think to put a Centaur in there. You should know, you should have some bearing on whether the thing's going to leak or not. And if it is going to leak, compensate for the problem. But if you're talking about like, oh, what if it flies on ascent and it springs a leak? Well, if it flies on ascent and it springs a leak and starts spewing out hydrogen inside of the payload bay, you shouldn't have been flying it in the first place. Because that means your analysis, your vibration analysis on the stage was dog crap. That's some Starliner nonsense, dude. That's Starliner level of circus, of clownery. And that's what I mean about the shuttle. Shuttle would have been safer if you flew it more, not less. Now, one could make the argument that the two segmented O-ring design for your SRBs was pretty dumb. I would agree with that. You would have found that out from higher flight rates. Anyway, but yeah, it's just hydrogen can't be 100% leak proof. That's what I mean. If it's springing a leak that you didn't expect, that means your analysis wasn't good enough because it's always going to leak. That's the point that I'm getting at. I think Shuttle with Centaur G would have been just fine. It would have been fine. If you really want my honest opinion, I think it would have been fine as long as you kept flying the shuttle. But once again, what caused Challenger, I would argue that actually was probably a stupid thing to do. That was not a stupid thing to do. And I don't think it's entirely on Morton Thiokol either. You're designing a vehicle that's going to be able to launch every week. You're designing a vehicle that needs to launch once a week, 4 times a month. All right? Weather is going to come into play here, right? They didn't design the SRBs to launch in the cold. Why? Why? What, are we going to wait? No, this isn't a Saturn V, right? It's something that needs to launch in all weather. It's a critical part of your stakeholder expectation there. So why didn't we make them fire in the cold? Your thermal analysis on the SRBs was weak by Morton Thiokol. There, I said it. Yeah, I said it, and I'm not sorry. The 2 O-ring design was dumb. That's not adequate for what the shuttle's expectations are. It's just not. This isn't CTS 5. It was not done on sound engineering principles. Yeah, it's arguably a terrible. The 2 O-ring design is arguably awful because it's basically the O-ring isn't used to make the seal. The O-ring is used to prevent, like, the way the seam works on that clevis segmented design basically makes it so when the SRB goes off, it wants to rip the seal open. I'm telling you, it's a terrible design. Like, if you want to make the argument that that was dumb, yeah, that's fair. I don't know why they paid the price at PepCon. PepCon happened because the shuttle was anticipating a high flight rate, so they made all the solid rocket fuel to launch 48, 49, 50 shuttles a year, and then didn't use it. It got used in Mana, just not in the way that you wanted. PepCon was an ammonium perchlorate production facility. Wasn't the fact that the understanding of the O-rings being ablated is a clear misunderstanding of what an O-ring needs to function. They were using O-ring degradation as their safety factor, meaning the inside O-ring. The inside O-ring on the shuttle, right? The inside O-ring on the shuttle was getting degraded, and they said that it was degrading it to a point where the third of the O-ring was ablating off. They cited that as a safety factor. Oh, it's, you know, citing O-ring degradation as your safety factor here. Like, oh, it only degraded a third of it, so you got a 3-in-1 safety factor, which is quite possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is stupid. That's like saying, oh, we have 4 tires on a car. If one comes off, we still have 3 more. Then we'll be fine. No, you idiot. No. Whoever came up with that needs to be slapped. Like, whack. No, it's not, oh, if the tire comes off, we have 3 good tires, we'll be fine. No. Take it from somebody that's had a wheel come off on a vehicle going down the road. That is not how that works at all. Okay? No, what's the right engineering application in this car analogy? Making sure your wheels stay on your car. Citing O-ring degradation as a safety factor is dumb. How about you make sure the seals don't degrade? Because they're seals. They're not an ablator. You absolute dingus. It's real stupid. It's real stupid stuff, man. It'll piss you off if you go read the Rogers because you're like, these people are morons. Like, you should be nowhere near a space program. Like, anyway, the shuttle's a beast. It's a superior design. I will die on that hill. No, I think Isaacman will do just fine, Jackal. I saw 3-wheeled cars in the UK. They're not 3-wheeled cars, Lazari. They're 3-wheeled motorcycles. The Reliant Robin would have something to say about that. The Reliant Robin is not a car. It's a motorcycle. That's right. Go look it up. I'm serious. It's a motorcycle. That's the whole reason why Reliant Robin got made. Because Reliant figured out that they could make a car and technically title it as a motorcycle if you gave it 3 wheels. So they did. That's why they made that. Nope. I'm not wrong. That's a motorcycle. Technically, it's a motorcycle. Technically, it's a car. It's not. Brother. Brother, we gotta talk. We gotta have a little chit chat with the guy that owns that car. Gotta have a little chit chat. Gotta have a little chit chat there. That's pretty dumb. Anyway, all right. I do believe this version should be good enough. Let's go. Okay, cool. I have to remember how to do this. Okay. Four. 150, guys. 1 minute 50 seconds is the time for separation. 9 is engine shutdown. 0 is ignition. Okay. All right. So we'll lift off, execute the roll program, the roll pitch program, turn the shuttle to the correct azimuth for flight. Azimuth is 90. All right. On ascent, we go through max Q, throttle down the main engines to 60% of rated, throttle up out of max Q. At 1 minute 50 seconds, we trigger the SRB separation sequence. 1 minute 50, we have SRB separation sequence. From then, we can go to a transatlantic abort for the abort contingency. Actually, you could probably do RTLS with this thing if we really tried. But I never really got past there. It's TAL from there, and then 2-engine to space from there. And then ATO, and then main engine cut off. All right, we're good. Let's do this. All right, so finish off the Kerbal stream today, you get a shuttle launch. Unable to launch, you can't afford this vessel. There we go. You can't afford the truth. They don't have reverse, therefore motorbike. There you go. Coolest three-wheeled I seen was the Morgan Richard Hammond drove in Top Gear. Yeah. Okay, GLS is go for auto sequence start. Shuttle's onboard computers have primary control of all critical functions. Okay. Separation controller is 0. Booster separation controller is 4. One has been enabled. We're good for launch.
Oh, this is space.
Predominant,
I'm
get
in
to
space.
20. Thank you. Okay. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff, CTS-5 orbiter. Roll program. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. We have max Q. Vehicle's now supersonic. Throttle up. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. Thrust tailing off in SRB, standing by for separation here. Separation in 10 seconds. SRB separation confirmed. Guidance systems now converging. Orbiter's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. Clock 2 minutes 5 seconds. Shuttle now 43 kilometers in altitude, 40 kilometers downrange. Shuttle, 2-engine TAL. Single-engine TAL. Press to ATO. Rolling over for acquisition through Tidris. Stand by, press for MECO. that wasn't a good insertion. 150, 146 by 21. That's not great. All right. Engine shutdown confirmed. No ohms one required. Stand by for separation. Okay, stand by for ohms 2 at AP. We're not done. Did you ever get to see the shuttle launch in person? 2 times. STS-116 and 117. The only thing that's even come close to being that cool, Nader, is Falcon Heavy and the 2 Starship launches I've seen. Can you find an application for this in your career save? Yeah. Of course I could. It's not really the architecture that we're going to build, that I want to build out though, Phone Sister. So, okay, we got a good drogue. Might be too late. Didn't work. Still had that stowing problem. The SRBs are reusable, guys. Yeah, you can fish them out. You could go fish out the nose cone and the SRB if the SRB decided to work. It's screwed up because no ComNet. See, I have my undeployed parachutes right there. But yeah, provided that, you know, I could build the systems to go and get this stuff, right? But, and also the parachutes need to deploy. It's kind of important. Yeah, you could theoretically reuse these. The other one, the Kraken ate it. But that's the idea, dudes. That's the whole point. Now that I've completely borked the continuity of this save by launching a shuttle in it, yeah, I don't know. Could you show us the rolling on the shuttle? What do you mean, the rolling? I don't know what the rolling is. For a newbie, could you explain why during the later portions of ascent you were burning slightly downwards rather than horizontal? Control the AP to make sure we don't boost too high. I'm seriously considering going to Starbase for the next ship. Seriously considering, dude. What do you mean considering? You should have done it a long time ago. Starship is righteous, man. It is. Never seen anything like that, dude. Ever. I'm telling you, I've seen 2 shuttle launches. The Starship comes close. The only reason that Starship doesn't come as close as the shuttle is because people were on the shuttle. Okay? That's the only thing. No, Fun Sister. I'm gonna see an Apollo style launch in about 2 months, dude. Oh, I already boned the continuity on this save anyway, so. You want your first to be at the Cape? All right. I grew up in Lakeland and didn't keep track, but it was just a normal thing that would happen. Just be driving down the road. Oh, space shuttle, there it is. Kerbal is chugging a lot, 16 gigs. That's why it's taking forever to load. Let me just put the shuttle up on orbit. 150 AP is no good. That's not great at all. So pointing down, dude, the reason why I was appearing to point down is so I was aligning my thrust vector with prograde, but it was also controlling the AP. That has a lot to do with it as well. You burn slightly radial in, or you could throttle back the engines. I don't necessarily like throttling back the engines, but you could do that. Here. Okay, proper control point has been established. Prime the ohms engines. Ohms engines are primed. I actually don't want to circularize up there. Let's just push that up to 100. You know what? I don't need the maneuver node either. Screw that. Okay. What are the parts at the bottom of the payload bay? Flags. Yep. Wow. Thrusters are way too powerful. Okay, ohms 2. No, King. This is a different save. People just wanted to see the shuttle, so. Because somebody had a couple of questions about it in chat. RJ did. Okay, ohms 2 complete. Welcome to space. Hypergolic, pressure-fed hypergolic. These are basically two capsule service modules, just on either side. Bring out the high gain. There you go. How's that, huh? Dude, I could probably put flags down here for this part of the thermal protection system. I'll bet you we probably could get away with it if we, yeah, just put a bunch of flags here instead of all these straight wings. You guys suck. Now you got me wanting to work on it. We balance the thrusters out, put flags there. Oh, this thing. Don't say do it. No, no. Career mode. This is already enough of a distraction. But it is cool to see. Don't do it. Okay, cool. Thank you. I miss the space shuttle. Such a pretty craft. What a space shuttle should look like. Nader, this thing... Nader, okay. I'm only saying this because I know you'll get what I mean. You know the AV-8B, right? You know how just well put together that thing is for what it is? Like a Harrier has the Pegasus motor, right? Dude, that thing is a stroke of genius, using the bypass for your forward jets and your thrust for the aft jets to make a VTOL. One engine VTOL with reaction control system, utilizing the bypass bleed air for your RCS. It's such a smart design. That's the spacecraft equivalent, dude. That thing is so well thought out. I'm telling you, you'd be hard pressed to, like, people always say, like, oh, EJ, if you're gonna make the shuttle again, what would you do? Like, we could make a much better modern shuttle. No, you could upgrade things on this design, like avionics, propulsion, but that design, how it's put together, with the delta wings and the payload bay and the 3 engines in the back with the 2 ohms pods, how that all is put together is quite frankly genius. North American Rockwell International at the time was on another level. That is such advanced spacecraft manufacturing, even by today's standards. It's ridiculous. Like, you could probably make this a lot lighter, considering this is using aluminum stringers. Once again, it's using frames like an airplane. You could probably figure out a better way to do it. But I'm telling you, like, the design, the actual design, so that a delta wing, a straight delta wing orbiter with the 3 engines at the back, like that, even if I was going to make a modern shuttle today, I would not stray from that design too much. Just upgrade systems on this design. This design has a lot more to give, guys. It has a lot more to give. It could have been amazing. Like this, dude. This is, oh. Don't even get me started, man. You could do so much cool stuff with this damn thing. So if you use tough rock tiles, for instance, use the unifibrous tiles instead of the silicate-based tiles. So the X-37 uses unifibrous tiles. The X-37 does. You don't need to worry about those things coming off. They won't come off. The X-37 does, and it re-entered from geostationary transfer orbit. I want you to listen to that again. The X-37 re-entered from geostationary transfer, meaning an elliptical orbit with apogee at 23,000 miles, 37,000 kilometers. It re-entered from that with tough rock tiles because it can do it. Like I said, just a lot of supplementary material science upgrades and you'd make the shuttle would be disgusting. Like, disgusting. You could cut out dude, yeah, Goalie, you could, once again, just like the Saturn V, man, you could cut out so much mass out of that damn design. And using tough rock tiles in Nomex instead of LRSI, HRSI tiles with the Nomex blankets, you could shave tons off the thermal protection system, like tons. Even if you just made the same exact tile architecture, just with unifibrous tiles, you wouldn't need as much because the unifibrous tiles can absorb way more heat. I'm telling you, that it would be disgusting. It would be a disgusting launch vehicle. Freaking that thing re-entered from GTO. You gotta be kidding me. Look, there it is. One change I'd make is to make the crew capsule ejectable for an escape system. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. That's complicating the design. Nader, think about it, dude. You're thinking about it like a fighter jet. Shuttle's not a fighter jet. It's not even an F-111 or a B-58 or a B-52. Does a B-52 have ejection seats? Nope. Well, yes, it does, but you get the idea. The shuttle isn't any of those things. I would argue that making an ejectable crew capsule, making an ejectable crew tank for the shuttle complicates the design so tremendously that it would actually be less safe. Because think about it, 737 doesn't have ejection seats. What makes the 737 so damn safe? Or an A320, what makes them so damn safe? Like the reliability of your systems. That's what the shuttle needed to do. You built a space plane, operate it like a space plane. You wanted to make a 747 that flies into space, good. The 747 flies thousands of times every day. That's 10.2 kilometers a second at entry interface. The tough rock tiles tanked it, Lava. Can you believe that? Could composite SRBs be reused? I don't know, Pigzig. There's really been no testing of a composite casing SRB being reused. I think that the shuttle doesn't need ejector seats. I think that the shuttle's design is actually quite... Once they made those triple segment O-rings, the shuttle design became quite good. Now, there's a lot that you could upgrade on the RS-25s to get them to be a lot simpler. There's a lot. But the RS-25s are complicated because they're attached to a reusable spacecraft. A rocket engine that's reusable, by definition, is always going to be a little more complicated than an expendable one. Exactly, Lava. If I would, in my proverbial modernized shuttle, I would still go with a steel casing SRB. Yeah, I'll take the mass hit for the reliability and the reusability. Yeah, the front being ejected, Luizo, having a launch escape system for your space shuttle is about as stupid as like a 747 having ejector seats in my mind. That doesn't make any sense. That's just poor design. That is letting safety or perceived safety govern your design, which... No. You know what the safest design is? The safest design is the one that works. The one that works. The one that does exactly what you want it to do. Because putting in ejector seats and putting in ejectable crew capsules and all that stuff, figuring that into your design means that your analysis isn't good enough because that means you're planning on it blowing up. Pretty simple. Don't have it blow up. I mean, it's not, but look at the things behind your head regarding complicated. I think reliability is the ultimate form of safety, Fluffy, if you really want my honest opinion. SpaceX gets it. Elon gets it with this. Why do you think they're doing a lot of tests, figuring out all the ways to make it not explode? The shuttle design has a lot to give, dude. It has a lot to give. It's a great design. I love this thing, man. Why do all other spacecraft systems have escape systems then, aside from this current Starship design? Honest question, not being a smartass for once. NASA wanted them. You don't need the launch escape system on Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is not breaking. Starliner? it's probably... I mean, well, to be fair, Starliner launches on Atlas. That's one of the most reliable launch vehicles ever devised by man, along with Falcon. So, like, why do they have launch escape systems? Because NASA wanted a launch escape system. Yeah. If you're going to get true airline-like operations, the shuttle, I firmly believe the shuttle was the right idea. Adding all that stuff is just complicated things. That's just another thing that can break. How about you just make it work? Because once again, Nader, think about it. Your stakeholder expectations here, your stakeholder expectations is that you want a high flight rate, right? You want it flying every day. If you want it to be able to be reliable enough to fly every day, why do you have a launch escape system? So, like, think about it like this. Now, the ejector, I'm not going to sit here and argue that an ejector seat on a fighter plane doesn't save lives, but why is the ejector seat there to begin with? The ejector seat is there, right? It's there in case you get a missile up your ass. That's why that's there. Now, don't get me wrong, they have double duty, right? You have double duty as, you know, if you ask the plane to do something and it doesn't want to do it and you put it into a failure mode, or if in the very, very, very rare occurrence that something goes wrong, you can get the hell away. I mean, the U.S. government invested a ton of money to get you to fly that stupid plane. They don't want to lose you, you know, because that's a lot of money invested, right? But why is an ejector seat in a plane to begin with? An ejector seat is there in case you get a missile up your ass. I'm not gonna lie, I really disagree here with Falcon especially. Yeah, you can do that, King, that's fine, but once again, you'd be arguing because of how you feel. Not the launch, I'm telling you, the launch escape systems are there because NASA wanted a launch escape system. You might not like hearing that, but it's true. But so Nader, say you're going to do like a sortie, just, I don't even know if that's what it's called, man. You correct me if I'm wrong. Say you're just going to do a training mission. No, you got to keep sharp. You go up, you're not doing anything crazy, you're just flying around, right? You're not expecting something to fail there. You do not want something to fail because you have to maintain operational readiness because it's a freaking fighter plane, right? You're not expecting to eject after V1, right? Why should that be any different with a spacecraft? Or if Iceman flies in front of you. That's right. Sorties are correct for training flights. Thank you, Beck. Like I said, guys, if you want to be able to take a holiday vacation to, you know, Mare Tranquillitatis in your lifetime, you got to ditch stuff like that. That's gonna that complicates your design if high flight rate is your intention. Falcons have blown up, sure, it's been ages, but it's still possible, so why take the risk of not having it? I've explained this to you already, but I'll explain it again. Because high flight rate makes it complicated. A 737 doesn't have that. 737s don't have that. A320s don't have that. 747s don't have that. 767s, A320s, A330s, A340s, A350s. All right, A380s. None of those have ejector seats, King. Why? Because the system and the technology is matured enough. Now, in the interim time, yeah, that makes sense. Sure, in the interim time, but in the future, if we want to be able to take a vacation into low Earth orbit, launch escape systems are going to need to be the thing of the past, because that is extra complication. It's complicated. It's extra complication, and at some point, empirically, it's not going to make sense. Starship doesn't have one. The Shuttle didn't have one. There's good reasons for that. Arguably, a 747 is much less likely to fail than a rocket, even at first flight level. Why? Why? Sortie is correct, and that's true. I guess I'm envisioning spacecraft as more akin to an X-plane than a 747. And on an X-plane, on an experimental avenue with people on board, sure, man. But once again, if you're aiming for high flight rate, launch escape systems complicate your design. They actually make the vehicle less safe. Like, that's why a 737 doesn't have an ejector seat. That's why 737s don't have parachutes. Because that's design complication. If high flight rate is your intention, that's extra complication. That means you didn't do your design good enough. Fun fact, typical Air Force fighter squadron conducts 2250 sorties a year. There you go. How many of those, from all the squadrons in the Air Force that are flying around, how many of those sorties are because of a mechanical issue? And how many of those sorties are how many of those sorties operate, you know, like successfully, right? There's thousands. There's thousands of U.S. Air Force planes flying right now, right at this particular moment in time, and none of them are having an issue, right? Now, don't get me wrong, if something does go wrong, having the ejector seat there is fine, but that's not the primary impetus for the ejector seat. The primary impetus for the ejector seat is if someone shoots at your plane and it doesn't work and you need to punch out, you can easily. That's the driving design decision behind a fighter plane or an X-plane or something, an experimental aircraft having an ejector seat. I mean, I know I'm arguing against this point, but 2 Russian fighter pilots stopped flying permanently because either it was pulled or malfunctioned while inside of a hangar. What? That's completely 100% anecdotal to what we're talking about. Like, so? Who cares? I took a piss out in the snow an hour ago, King. That's about as useful of information contributing to the conversation as what you said. I made a nice pattern. I made a nice figure 8. It was excellent. I made yellow snow! Yeah, ejection is the last resort. Punching out, you only do that if you're absolutely sure that this plane's gonna crash. But once again, fellas, like, you could get into the weeds, you could split as many hairs as you want. In the future, guys, if I'm building a new shuttle, I wouldn't build it with a launch escape system. I think it would be much better to make it fly uncrewed. Make it fly, make it able to be flown by itself. Design that into your avionics from the start, and then test it that way. And then you could be absolutely sure that nothing is ever going to go wrong because you can mature the design through flight heritage. Just like an airplane. I mean, airplanes do have test pilots, or you could do like an ejector seat like what they did during the orbital flight test missions. But here's the thing, an ejector seat is only going to help you. An ejector seat will only help you in the first 40 seconds of a shuttle flight. After that, it's dead weight, and most likely probably going to get you killed if something bad happened with it. Are you talking about an AI shuttle? No, not at all. That's correct, Fluffy, yes. Why ejector seat? Because ejectocito, cons! I love this button! Yeah. The shuttle not having a launch escape system killed 14 people. No, it didn't, Blows. That's not right at all. How would the launch escape system have helped Columbia? How would the launch escape system have helped Challenger? It absolutely would not have. You know why? Because the freaking external tank blew up right next to it. A launch escape system would have just had the crew explode in the freaking... Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. That's not true at all. telling you, the decisions behind Columbia and Challenger have nothing to do with the design. It has everything to do with people being in charge of the space program that have no idea what they're doing. It has everything to do with that. Your driving stakeholder expectations aren't spaceflight. That's what happened to Challenger and Columbia. I forgot about the swearing rule, sorry. And fellas, here's the other thing. It's easy to say that, with the shuttle program being done and concluded, it's easy to say that not having a launch escape system saved all those out. That's why we lost Challenger and Columbia, because no launch escape system. The launch escape system would not have helped with Columbia. That would not have helped at all. I'm sorry, it wouldn't have done nothing. With Challenger, you could make the argument, yeah, sure, absolutely. But I contend to say that so think about it like this. We all know that they launched Challenger because in a scenario where the SRBs were not designed to launch in the cold, and they launched it in the cold anyway, and you had SRB blow-by, and the blow-by weakened the structure between the third and fourth segment on the SRB, eventually failed completely. All right, because of wind shear. It failed completely because of wind shear. It ignited the external tank and caused the external tank to break up. Okay? All that could have been avoided if you just waited till it was warmer. That's what I mean. If SDS-51L scrubs 24 hours and waits the next day, Challenger is sitting in a museum right now. Nah, it'd still be flying? Yeah, maybe. Guys, once again, if we want to, and once again, I'm not saying that, EJ hates launch escape systems. No. Not at all. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that if you want to make spaceflight as routine, right? If you want to make human spaceflight as routine as flying an airplane, stuff like launch escape systems need to be done away. The real way you go about solving that problem is making your system empirically reliable, and your safety comes from reliability. With a rocket nowadays, you launch a rocket with a launch escape system because you're not sure if the thing's going to break or not, right? Why? Why is that? Well, infrequency of flight, right? With the Saturn V, they put a launch escape system on there because that very much was an experimental vehicle. If something went wrong, you'd want to get away from that thing real quick, right? But if a Saturn V has flown 13, 14, 15 times, right? Maybe you get rid of it. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But if you're, I would argue with the Saturn V, I'd probably keep it because you're not going to fly a Saturn V every week. I mean, I would love to live in that timeline. That would be fantastic, right? But the Saturn V wasn't really designed for crazy high flight rate. It was designed to fly maybe 3 to 4 times a year. That's fine. Good enough. If you're trying to implement a system that has the reliability of an airplane, stuff like launch escape systems are going to need to be a thing of the past. You will need to achieve your reliability. You will need to achieve your safety through your reliability, like what an airplane does. It has to be like that. So if I was redesigning a shuttle nowadays, I wouldn't design it with a launch escape system. I would design it to be operated remotely. And I would fly it just like Starship, remotely, for a very long time. What about the human factor? Someone drops a COPV or a robot dings one accidentally and it doesn't even know. Once again, remote operation. I feel like whatever happened to Challenger was going to happen to another shuttle if they weren't going to address the design issue. Darker Player, that's a programmatic problem. That's not a design problem. Once again, if you want to make the argument that the 2.0 ring design is not good for a high flight rate for the same exact reasons, right, as a launch escape system, I would agree with you. The 2.0 ring design, your expectation is that you want something launching every week. In Florida, the weather is very dynamic, to say the least. You want the weather to change in Florida, wait an hour, right? Your primary launch site is Florida. So not designing the SRBs to work in all weather conditions if it was me, I would design it around the lowest of the low temperature ever encountered in Florida and the highest of the high temperature ever encountered in Florida. Any other way is inadequate design and analysis, which I would argue is what happened there. Morton Thiokol did not engineer those SRBs to do what they need to do. That is not achieving your stakeholder expectations with your design. That's very important to understand. That's where people get design flaw from. The SRBs work fine if it's not cold out. The O-ring degradation only happens if in cold weather. I think it's a better argument to say that if the shuttle didn't have to rely on the DoD funding and Orbital, if it didn't rely on DoD funding, what about the DoD made this thing unsafe? Schedule pressure, RJ, if you wanted to make that argument, sure, absolutely. Do we get rid of the launch escape system for Falcon? No, I wouldn't at this point, no. Sure, but also if the director had followed the damn procedure, you would have been fine. Once again, it's not a design problem. The shuttle suffered from a programmatic failure to do conduct spaceflight correctly. NASA broke their own rules. They broke their own rules. They had the Apollo program and all the experience from the Apollo program and several oh-shoot scenarios from the Apollo program where they almost lost and did lose astronauts. NASA basically wrote a rule book on how to do it right from there. And then they didn't do it. That's why I'm worried about Artemis 2. NASA is very much breaking their own rules. If Artemis 2, in some hypothetical timeline, if the Artemis 2 mission was some commercially contracted vehicle, NASA would not let it fly. They would not put astronauts on it if Dragon had problems like this. Now, there was some charring and spalling on Dragon's heat shield from DM2, and they did fly Crew 1 with charring and spalling. That did happen, right? But here's the thing: coming back from low Earth orbit is not that's something that's much more well understood than coming back from a translunar injection, or from a trans-Earth injection from lunar orbit. That is much better understood. Meaning that if we were re-entering a Dragon from the moon and it had the same kind of charring and spalling, NASA would be like, nope, we're not putting people on that. But because it's their own design and because they're under schedule pressure, or well, it's not really schedule pressure. They don't have another one. They don't have another one. They are breaking their own engineering rules. That's what happened. That is the textbook definition of what happened with Challenger. Yeah, Lava Eagle, you say that escape systems make sense if high flight rate is not a stakeholder expectation. Correct. That's right. Yes. For a capsule? Sure. A capsule that's going to fly 1, 2, 3, maybe even up to 5 times a year? Sure. Put a launch escape system on it. Abso-freaking-lutely. If you want something that flies multiple times every day, hell no. No way. Escape systems are just complicating your problem. It's a Rube Goldberg solution to a seemingly practical problem. Would it have helped? Or is the damage already done by the cold? What would have helped? What if they waited till a little bit later in the day? It would have been fine. Yeah, King, that's what I mean. I'm not trying to say that Dragon doesn't need a launch escape system. It's been designed for it, just keep using it. Removing it at this point would complicate the design even more. Just like adding one to the space shuttle would have complicated its design even more. You have to go back to stakeholder expectations. Dragon was not meant to fly every week. It really wasn't. It never was. Ever. Starship is meant to do that, right? So a launch escape system makes sense. You lost me when you said could, but I think I overfixated on that. Yes. Is this a program issue or a vehicle issue? Programmatic. Look, I know I sound like I'm being a hard ass right now about this stuff, and to an extent I am, but once again, you want to learn and understand why space programs do what they do, and what you need to go about to making a good spacecraft. Like, once again, what's my experience in systems engineering? Kerbal. I'll admit that. 20,000 hours in Kerbal, building out space programs. Is Kerbal real life? No. You don't see me building a spacecraft in real life. But Kerbal is a high enough of a fidelity simulation to be able to explain systems engineering concepts fairly well. Long story short, I've been told by multiple people that work in actual systems engineering for rockets that it does translate. Yeah, it'll work just fine. The systems engineering and concept of operations absolutely carries over. That I have a lot of experience with. I wouldn't be telling you guys this stuff because it's some hot take on the internet. I'm telling you this because it's important to understand that if you want to be a spacecraft engineer, or if you just find it cool. Just saying. They were going to be dual-purpose Dragon LES with landing thrusters. I would not do that. How does systems engineering deal with poor funding structures? Scope of your project. Scope of your project has a lot to do with it, dude. Okay. Think about it like this. I start EJ Aerospace Incorporated tomorrow. Should I try to build the Saturn V right out of the gates? Should I? Remember that modernized Saturn V we were talking about? Should we go try to build that for our first thing? Answer honestly. No, absolutely. If I started the EJ Aerospace Industries tomorrow, we would not be building a Saturn V for our first rocket. No, absolutely not. Look at the Apollo program. Look at Falcon. What did they do? They built a smaller vehicle that allowed the propulsion to scale into building a larger vehicle, just like Von Braun did. Von Braun took the Aggregate 4, the V2, scaled it into the Redstone rocket under American leadership. Then he scaled it into the Jupiter and Juno rockets from there. From Jupiter and Juno and Jupiter C, you got the Saturn 1. Saturn 1 scaled into Saturn 5. There you go. Scope is a good way to control costs. You got to know what's beyond your what is and isn't beyond your means. Now, that's for a private company. For a public company, right? For a public company like public company. For NASA, how would you figure out your funding? Congress. Congress is who controls the purse strings. Congress is who controls your purse strings, right? So who's the leader of NASA, inadvertently? President. NASA's controlled by the executive. That's where their plans are derived from the executive branch. The administrator is carrying out plans at the behest of the commander-in-chief, right? So, who are your proverbial investors in this? Congress. So you need to make a plan, and that plan needs to be in scope, something that Congress is willing to fund. Just like how you'd pitch an idea for investors. Same exact thing. This is why the NASA administrator needs to be able to speak politics so he can communicate the ideas of the president to Congress correctly. And also knowing a little bit about engineering probably is probably a good thing. Probably should do that. Thus, SLS and Artemis was set up to fail. Why do you think I've been so critical of the program, Elfish? Because they're violating their own rules. There's no architecture here. There's no proposal. There's no business. EJ Aerospace Industries, EJAI. Sorry, but nah, yeah, I wouldn't call it that. Scope of project is how you control costs. Congress and executive control scope 2. Rarely do they correctly meet. Yep. Bones History, if you gave me $2 billion, could you get something to orbit in 10 years? $2 billion? Using an in-house rocket design? Yes. Yeah, I probably could do that. Just getting something to orbit? Sure. $2 billion's probably too much for a small sat launcher, Bones History. That's where I'd start. Rocket Lab, bridging the swarm in 8 minutes. Yeah. So we covered a lot of ground here. We talked about theoretical Saturn V's here in Kerbal. We talked about the space shuttle and safety and hazard and vehicle design. I upgraded MLV. We got MLV operational in our save, landed a freaking booster, and got paid. Damn, this was a productive stream. But there's still more. We got to do space news, and we're going to start space news with a rocket launch, man. Neutron is at 300 to 400 million. EJ could build a small sat and with medium lift. Yeah. Maddie, what's your last? I'm watching the docuseries When We Left Earth, and I'm just curious, what determines how the engines are placed and the amount of engines needed? Namely, I'm thinking of the Titan on Gemini. Well, Maddie, it all stems to what you're trying to do. The reason why Gemini had the LR87, which is technically 2 engines with 2 different power packs operating as 1 unit, is because the Titan 2 Gemini launch vehicle was originally supposed to be just a regular Titan 2 missile. Titan 2 missile is a retaliatory strike weapon in the U.S. nuclear arsenal, designed to basically punch back after first strike attempt to basically make sure that there's no other country left. Whoever attacked the United States does not exist anymore. That's what Titan 2 was made for. It was a retaliatory strike. It's a medium to heavy duty launch vehicle that carries the largest nuclear warhead that was ever fielded by the United States. That denoted the engine design for Gemini. Because Uncle Sam went ham in the 60s and bought a ton of Titan 2s, right? They bought a lot of them, right? By the mid-1960s, they figured out that hypergolic rockets are good for long-term storability, right? But you really want a solid rocket booster SRB or solid rocket booster ICBM because solid rocket boosters can basically sit in their silo for decades and you don't ever have to worry about it. So Uncle Sam in the 1960s bought a ton of Atlas D and Atlas F missiles and Titan 2 and Titan 1 as well, for what it's worth. And they had a lot of spares. Because they were moving over to SRB-based ICBMs. So for the Gemini program, the Titan 2 GLV, which is basically just an ICBM, but instead of a nuclear warhead, there's a Gemini capsule at the top, right? NASA was able to procure those for nothing. They just bought them. Easy peasy. They're surplus ICBMs, and Uncle Sam ain't going to do anything with those. I mean, to be fair, the U.S. Air Force did field Titan 2s well into the 1980s, and they were used, like I said, as a retaliatory strike weapon. So Titan 2 GLV with the Gemini program was really made to be an ICBM first and then a launch vehicle second. We're gonna go back to Kerbal? Ah, it's time for space news, dude. No, I never finished it, Jigsy. We'll finish it at some point. Yeah, that's a good hedge, man. So in terms of like Saturn rockets, I would argue that, so the Saturn 1, for instance, it has 8 H1 engines. H1 engines are the primary propulsion system for a Thor missile, later Delta. And Jupiter, Juno, and Redstone missiles, right? Hang on, I blanked on the propellants for those things. Give me 1 second. I have to look this up. Yeah, see? Check this out. The fuel capacity, the propellants are hydrogen peroxide and alcohol for a Redstone missile. The idea is that these are both storable at room temperature. But yeah, they were using hydrogen peroxide as their oxidizer. So when the Saturn 1 came around, the Saturn 1 was mandated by, the Saturn 1 came around basically, what's the right way to say it? It's not necessarily came around with ICBM tech, but it does use ICBM technology. Once again, it's using H1s. First stage for a Thor missile. Thor is an IRBM, an intermediate range missile. So is Redstone, right? What von Braun did with the Saturn 1 was use the propellants that would give him the most energy, right? Keralox, with what basically kit bashing rockets. A Saturn 1 is a bunch of Redstone and Jupiter and Juno missile tanks glued together with H1s down there. It's got 8 of them, 4 in the inner cluster, 4 in the outer cluster, right? It's basically made out of spare parts. That's why the Saturn 1B has 8 engines. It's made out of spare parts from obsolete missile programs. Just like the Titan II GLV, obsolete missile. What missile were the F-1s used for? The F-1s came out of an Air Force project to just make a gigantic rocket engine so you could have one engine in the first stage. That was the idea. But once again, times changed. By the mid-1960s, the Air Force figured out that if you have a silo-based or a submarine-based SL like ICBM, you'd make it solid fuel, easier to store, way easier to store, has a much longer shelf life. Simultaneously, that doesn't mean that liquid fuel technology went the way of the dodo either. Liquid fuel technology would be used for a new type of launch vehicle, one that's designed to get something into orbit, not necessarily have something that comes back down. Why? This is partially the reason why the Saturn 1 was made, partially. This is also the reason why Titan III exists. The Air Force came up with this idea. So up until like the early 1960s, right? How do you see what the Soviet Union is doing? How do you see that? Send a plane over there. First, send one that just flies high enough where they can't shoot it, EU-2. And then they figured out a way to shoot that thing down. And then make another one that's fast enough, that flies higher and faster than any missile, so you're never going to catch it. That's what the A-12 is. And the SR-71 by proxy. In the early to mid-1960s, they figured out that if you just put a camera up on a satellite, they're never shooting that down. That is the highest and the fastest thing that your adversary is never going to shoot down, ever. How are you going to hit something going 17,000 miles an hour precisely in the 1960s? You're not doing that. So, liquid fuel technology moved over to launch vehicle applications. That is the reason why Titan III and the Saturn 1 originally were made, right? They were made to be able to put spy satellites into space. Call it the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle Program at the time, all right? Or the National Security Space Launch, whatever. By the end of the 1960s, we had A-12s and we had SR-71s, and they had a lengthy career all the way into the 80s, into the early 90s, even serving up with NASA, right? Even serving with NASA for a little bit. But spy satellites were the new hotness. The writing's on the wall. Corona satellites, stuff that takes high resolution, 70 millimeter film, sun synchronous orbits, Department of Defense launch vehicles. Redstone launched using whiskey. Nice. So, does that make sense, dudes? So, your engine configuration for a Saturn 1 was really designed more as a carrier launch vehicle. The Saturn 1 was built to establish heavy lift in the United States. I would argue that the second that a Saturn 1 flew in 1963, the SA-5 mission, that was the point where the US passed the Soviet Union in the space program. Establishing heavy lift launch capability is it's a very big turning point, right? How did we establish heavy lift launch capability faster than the Soviets? We kit bashed a heavy lift launch vehicle out of missile parts. That's how we did it. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union did something very similar, but for different reasons. Proton rockets, UR-700s. I think, oh no, they're UR-500s. Universal Rocket 500. Protons. They're made out of, they're not kit bashed out of smaller parts, but they're kit bashed fuel tanks in the same way that that a Saturn 1B is made. But the reason why the Soviets did that wasn't because they, kit bashed a bunch of missiles. The reason why the Soviets designed Proton to look like it's a bunch of, it will basically not look like, it's a bunch of fuel tanks strapped together to make one big core. The reason why they did that is so they could transport the rocket by train. The Soviet Union had a little bit of a logistics problem moving stuff to Baikonur. Turns out when you build a secret missile testing site and a secret space program test site out in the middle of actually nowhere in the Kazakh steppe, it's hard to get things there. The only way they could get there, the only way they could get things there even remotely usefully is by train. They figured out a better way to do it with the AN-225 and the VMT Atlas. Right, moving parts via the air. That's why the AN-225 was built, so it could move Buran from Moscow to Baikonur in one shot. No refueling needed. That's why they did that. That's why they built the AN-225 in the first place. But that didn't exist in the 1960s. So the best way to move stuff to Baikonur was via train. So their rockets are all designed around broad gauge, 1500 millimeter railway gauge, which is why Proton is kit bashed from fuel tanks. Different reason, same expectations though. Are you watching the Rocket Lab launch? Who's Rocket Lab? I've never heard of them. How important are spy satellites? The National Reconnaissance Office donated 2 telescopes the size of Hubble to NASA 15 years ago because they were obsolete before they were launched. That important. There you go, Darker. The dang EMP at high altitude, ASAT was proven tech by 1962 with the Starfish Prime. And then 1963 came along and you had the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, Mana, which prevented in-atmosphere and exo-atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons, and everyone signed it, so you don't have to worry about that no more. Rocket Lab is launching a lot lately. Hell yeah, man. We'll finish up this Kerbal segment here with the Rocket Lab launch. Hope you guys learned something. I got a lot of info up there. A lot of info up here. I'd like the Saturn 1B to strap a bunch of redstone rockets together. Arguably an amazing KSP strategy, Punzister. The previous career mode save that we did in 2018, 2019, I did that. I just built a small sat launcher and then clustered a bunch of its boosters together to make a bigger launcher. It absolutely works. Von Braun was playing Kerbal in real life. Never forgive and never forget that they destroyed the day in 225. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, dude. And man, I've always said, look, humans destroy things. That's what we do. ideally you don't want to do it. But look around. Who's building versus destroying? It takes skill to build things. Any idiot can break something. It takes skill to build things. Building things, I think, is more productive. But having the ability to destroy things also makes it more easier to build things. Basically, you're in a standoff. Long story short, nuclear deterrence is a great way of keeping the peace. That's the right way to say that. But also, look around at who's destroying stuff and who isn't. Just saying. I'm looking at messages. You know a great way to watch people build stuff? Starbase Live. So, we're 18 minutes out from this launch. They should go live with the cast here relatively soon. You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'll jog the VOD. I'll jog the VOD right now. So that's going to do it for this part of Kerbal. Sorry that we at the very end we started talking more about rockets, but all that could be applied to KSP. Everything that was said, depending on how you want to play Kerbal. But yeah, I think maybe we should play more. Let's play Kerbal again on Wednesday. Let's do that. Let's go Kerbal, Flight Sim, Kerbal, Kerbal, Flight Sim, Kerbal, Beam, Kerbal this week. I think that's a good idea. And then whatever for after hours. So I'm going to jog the VOD while Rocket Lab's warming up here. And right when I said that, they started. I'll move to the Space and Rocket review here now. Yeah, I want more KSP. We're not making the progress that I want to. We'll play it again on Wednesday. I'll be right back, restarting the VOD on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Stand by for Space News.